the meeting open, begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and by paying my respects to their elders, both past and present. We have an apology tonight from Tim Stevens that has been tabled prior to the meeting, Councillor Tim Stevens. And then we have two requests for remote attendance from Councillors Shetty and Langford. Will someone move the acceptance of the apology and of those requests? Moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by Councillor Atkins. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. The notice of webcasting. For everybody here in the gallery tonight, we'd like to let you know at the beginning of the meeting that these proceedings are broadcast live onto the internet and recorded there for posterity as a requirement of the Local Government Act. So remarks that you make tonight do have legal ramifications and are in the public domain. I'll now make the statement of ethical obligations. The Mayor and Councillors are bound by the oath or affirmation of office made at the start of the Council term to undertake their civic duties in the best interests of the people of the Inner West Council and to faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act or any other act to the best of their skill and judgment. It is also a requirement that the Mayor and Councillors disclose conflicts of interest in relation to items listed for consideration on the agenda or which are considered at this meeting in accordance with the Council's Code of Conduct and Code of Meeting Practice. We'll move on to disclosures of interest. Are there any disclosures tonight? Councillor Lockie.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be declaring a non-pecuniary, non-significant conflict of interest on item 15, the Local Traffic Committee meeting minutes for March, as I live within the area covered by item 1 within those minutes, the Newtown South LATM study, and I'll remain in the chamber for the discussion and vote.
Thank you for that. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 10, e-scooter trial, as I work in the Office of the Minister for Transport and in that capacity have been directly engaged in work around the temporary transport plan. Out of an abundance of caution and to avoid any perception of risk, I will remove myself from discussion or voting on the item. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 15, Local Traffic Committee meeting 18th of March 2024, as I work in the Ministerial Office of the Minister for Transport, who in her capacity as the member for Summerhill has a representative on the Local Traffic Committee. I will remain in the meeting during discussion and voting as the vote of the state member is exercised through a representative.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further disclosures? Yes, Councillor Shetty.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to make two disclosures. The first is for item 6, the alcohol-free zone. It's a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest as the background makes mention of me in my capacity as a member for Balmain. And similarly, item 15, the Local Traffic Committee meeting, where I have a representative in my capacity as the member for Balmain on that committee. Because they're both non-significant and non-pecuniary interests, I will remain in the chamber and vote on both of those items.
Thanks for that. Any further disclosures? Will someone move the acceptance of those disclosures? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor De Cruz. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Could I ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before we begin the public forum, can I just make a brief note for the minute taker that I believe that they've recorded Councillor Griffiths as voting on those procedural items, but in fact he is absent.
Okay. Councillor Griffiths is not in attendance and therefore cannot be recorded as voting for those items. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you very much, Councillor Scott. We'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes. We'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 5th of March. Are there any moved by Councillor Stamoulis, the adoption of those minutes? Is there a seconder? Councillor Scott will second that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Okay, we'll move on to the public forum. I'm going to read out a list of items for which we have speakers during the public forum. If you're here to speak to an item but it's not listed now, come forward and let the officers know, because it means that something's gone wrong with your registration. The first item is condolence. Item 1, condolence motion, Christopher Pratten. Item 2, delivery program. Item 3, Haberfield Development Control Plan. Item 5, Iron Cove Creek Master Plan. Item 15, Local Traffic Committee, and I'll just note that we have more than the allowable number of speakers for that item, but I'll just come back to it in a moment. Item 18, Inner West's De-Amalgamation Business Case Outcome. Item 29, Vilification Laws. Item 32, Rozelle Parklands Masterplan Funding. Item 37, demerger of Inner West Council. Item 39, demerger for Inner West Council. Item 45, pedestrian safety at Cardinal Freeman Village. Item 51, so we can have speakers for questions on notice, is that correct? So, question on notice about synthetic turf and all-weather fields. Item 56, update on development of affordable housing on council land. That's all of the items for which we have speakers tonight. So I'll go first to item 1, Christopher Pratten condolence motion. The first speaker is Alex Lofts, the former Deputy Mayor of Ashfield. Just for the benefit of Mr. Lofts and everybody else in attendance, I'll let you know that our code of meeting practice allows for 3 minutes for speakers in the public gallery. We're not in the practice of extending that time. If you're the first person to speak tonight, you'll be tempted to really get your views across, but if you're the last person to leave here tonight, which will be after midnight, you do wish that everybody else had stuck to time. Mr. Lofts.
Been seated. I'm here as President of the Ashfield and District Historical Society to speak about Chris Pratten. It's hard to sum a life as complicated and worthy as that as Christopher Hugh Pratten. Not that most knew him by that full title. He was instead simply Chris with the famous last name, of which he was, of course, very proud. So I'm not going to try. Anne O'Connell has given you a very comprehensive list of his achievements in the papers. And so I'm just going to speak a little bit more personally. Chris was an intellectually intriguing and taciturn man who had a strong streak of the larrikin. You could not make a speech without Chris interrupting. I half expected him to interrupt at his own funeral. He loved to banter and argue. He was born on September 23rd, 1934, actually in Sydney, but he became a pastoralist and an early conservationist, actually, where he lived on a family property called Amaroo Station, out past Orange. And during the 60s, 1960s that is, Chris fenced off a large tract of land and returned it to native bushland and fostered birds and other animal life. He also lectured at the Orange Agricultural College. My first meeting with Chris was in Summer Hill. He had bought a house called the Hillcrest, which was very run down in Prospect Road. He restored that, was really proud of it. I met him when I was door knocking for one of my own campaigns. He met me at the door and typically put me on the spot by saying, "So what makes you think you can represent us here?" But I must have answered okay, because he invited me in and with a cup of tea, more questions about heritage and whatever. He wasn't one to reveal his own politics very much, although I doubt if he shared my worldview. He formed a partnership here in Ashfield with Bob Irving, both of them esteemed heritage consultants. And to watch them banter with each other was incredibly entertaining, even though they were very good friends. Every time one of them would speak, the other one would be correcting them on some point of intellectual fact that they claimed to have got wrong. His church service, his funeral service, he planned himself meticulously, of course. It was a 2.5 hour long high Church of England service, complete with the Latin and whatever. He didn't interrupt, but the priest did say that he often used to write him letters trying to correct him on matters of theology. Now, if Chris's worldview is true, you can guarantee he will be up there at those gates arguing with the divine being about where they've gone wrong themselves. He was a complicated, cantankerous, wonderfully accomplished and immensely likeable man. Even though there are many who are unworthy of our respect, Chris is an example of someone who can teach us that we need to see others as whole. His life was testament as to how we should try to view other humans as the complicated, accomplished, messy, wonderful human beings we can be. You have a list of his highly accomplished publications and his other achievements in your papers. I will miss him very much. He was someone who enriched my own life, as he did many others, someone whose public service was second to none. He was, well, a great man, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. For item 2, we have Yashmin Lance of Marrickville.
My name's Yashmin Lance and I'm a resident of Northcote Street in Marrickville. I'm here tonight because after years of promises of remediation to fix the stormwater drains in my area, it appears there is another budget being passed with no significant allocations of funds to address this issue. In 2022, Mr Manood, that was then the Acting Director of Infrastructure, wrote that the pipes and pits would be constructed and upgraded in the 2023-24 budget year. This has not occurred. In October 2023, Mr Ryan Midday, Director of Infrastructure, wrote to us that funds had been allocated in the 24-25 budget, but again it seems they're not there. This stormwater drainage issue has had plans scoped out as far back as 2016. Multiple residents have written and met with councillors about this. Promises have been made and nothing has been done. It continues to deteriorate at a significant pace. A drain on the corner of Yabsley Avenue and Northcote Street collapsed early 2023 and sits plated over in disrepair. The pipes on Carew Lane regularly create sinkholes that are just filled with concrete. On Saturday, I woke to 15 centimetres of stormwater and sewerage through my house. Other residents were in similar states, cars flooded and property destroyed. While damage to property is upsetting, it's the concern for safety and well-being of my neighbours that's brought me here tonight. An elderly neighbour of mine fell into the open drain trying to do repairs to the boundary of his property. He broke his shoulder. The wound became infected. The water contains sewage. Another neighbour of mine cut her leg badly trying to move her car to save it from flooding. It too became infected and gives her ongoing issues. My own children have missed university lectures and been unable to attend their casual jobs on multiple occasions as they are unable to leave due to water levels on the street and the laneway. This is really having a significant personal impact on my community. Many works have been completed around the area, including the corner of Sydenham Road and Petersham Road. These works seem to bring the water at a greater pace to where it doesn't drain. This is now an issue of safety and well-being for my community. I don't feel it's fair, reasonable or safe to keep pushing this back into another financial year. It needs urgent and significant intervention. Thank you.
Thanks, Yashmin. Item 3, the first speaker is Emily Lockwood of Summerhill.
Thank you so much for having me. I stand here in agreement with about 70% of the submissions received by Council on this amendment. This land should be apartments. Council's response to this feedback said that they hadn't identified Haberfield as an area for growth in the most recent housing strategy. But we know that when these studies are put together, the first thing is eliminating areas with constraints. That probably starts at transport constraints and follows through to scrubbing out the massive 43% of the LGA that they have decreed to be heritage conservation areas. But the area in question here isn't even heritage, it's a vacant lot, and it represents one of the last opportunities to add housing to Haberfield that doesn't directly front Parramatta Road. The median house price in Haberfield is now $3 million. That price is so high, it's unimaginable, so let's bring some reality to it. Imagine you are a family with 2 kids. Imagine further that you are able to put together a $500,000 deposit for a home. In order to buy a house in Haberfield, you would need a household income of $600,000 a year, according to CommBank's borrowing calculator. Now, none of the early childhood educators I know, teachers, nurses, cleaners, grocery, retail or service workers I know fall into that category. So the question before us is whether that's the Haberfield you want to create, where the only young households coming in have adults in the top 1% of income earners and everyone else is on the verge of retirement because they were lucky enough to get into the property market 30 years or more ago. Is the policy embedded in the housing strategy so rigid that you would enforce the creation of more $3 million homes on 900 square metre lots? Due to its heritage conservation, the suburb is ageing quite dramatically. We need to be planning for these people's futures to allow them to age in place in their communities. For many, that's not going to mean an 800 square metre block with a huge garden. We should be considering the need to downsize and planning for accessibility. Because the existing stock is all pretty much the same, this is simply not an option unless they move out of their community because there are very few apartments. Finally, we shouldn't forget that this is government land. Sydney Yimby has written to the Federal Defence Minister asking that it be set aside for public housing. Given the current state and federal political climate, which to say the least is quite focused on housing delivery as it should be, now would be a good time for Council to renew their request to their federal colleagues to hand the land over for this purpose. Please make the right choice here to support a dense transport-oriented development over a handful of homes for those who are rich. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Next, we have Brett Burton of Haberfield, representing the Haberfield Association.
Thank you. I'd like to firstly thank the Inner West Council for their diligence in their updating of the Haberfield DCP. I have 2 major issues with what has been presented by Council, and one is we need to make the language very clear between the new dwellings and 140A Hawthorn Parade. The introduction note is unclear and should be amended to clarify that all relevant controls in the DCP apply to the new dwellings as well as existing developments in the HCA, and specific controls for the 140A Hawthorn Parade apply to all new dwellings erected on the land, in addition to the other relevant controls set out in the DCP. The DCP must include explicit heritage controls that apply to all commercial buildings in the HCA, in addition to the specific controls for buildings in the commercial zone in the DCP. The controls must reflect the established law as the Haberfield Association have identified to the council officers to make it explicitly clear that the heritage considerations apply to all commercial developments in the HCA. There are some minor issues, which I'll give to the minute taker, that are in the DCP, things like misnaming of streets and misspellings, and I won't bore the audience here tonight. But in conclusion, the Haberfield Association has concluded it is not safe for dwellings to be built on the land due to its flooding and undisclosed contamination status. The previous speaker had a pair of gumboots on. If she was on the Haberfield Army land on Saturday morning, she would have been knee-deep in water. The flooding issues were highlighted again over the weekend. Knee-deep water in surrounding homes, cars and homes subject to water damage. I'll end on this point. The Department of Defence is entering a moral hazard. The proposed sale of this land will place citizens in financial and physical risk. We have already heard here tonight, one of the previous speakers, sewage and water running through their homes. That's for current homes. We're proposing to build homes on land that we know is flood prone. And only on Saturday night, it was knee deep in water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Next, we're up to item 5, post-exhibition Iron Cove Creek Master Plan, and our first speaker is Sarah Lowe from Croydon. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Council. I would also like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded land of the Wangal peoples of the Eora Nation and pay my respects to them. I'm one of the founding members of Friends of Iron Cove Creek. We are a non-partisan grassroots volunteer community group. We were formed by local residents interested in the concept of a walking and cycling path along Iron Cove Creek, also known as Dobroyd Canal. COVID and working from home have increased the time that we're spending in and the value that we place on our neighbourhoods. We want them to be walkable for all, to allow people to move around at a slower and quieter pace by foot, bike, or mobility aid away from car traffic. We want them to connect us by pleasant green corridors to blue and green spaces, to local places and each other. Increasing housing density will further emphasise this. We see great potential in the Iron Cove Creek path and a naturalised canal to improve the amenity, the livability and connectedness of Croydon and Ashfield to the green space and water of Iron Cove Bay and beyond. Friends of Iron Cove Creek has been gauging the views of other community members since 2021, when we started letterbox drops to thousands of households in the area and opened a survey and then a petition. We've received over 600 survey responses, 1,350 petition signatures, and many visits to our website and in-person information stalls that we've run to promote Council's public consultations. The vast majority of the local residents who've given us feedback are very enthusiastic about the Iron Cove Creek path. Community support has been strong and consistent over the last 3 years. And we believe the concerns raised by a small minority of residents about effects on the privacy and security of homes along the path can be readily addressed through the design of the path. The Iron Cove Creek path is already recognised as an essential component of the Sydney cycling network and the blue-green grid strategy. And there's precedent for this kind of green rejuvenation of existing corridors for active transport that prove the concept. These suggest that Iron Cove Creek path would be highly valued and utilised by the community. For example, the Cooks to Cove Greenway, the Powell's Creek at Strathfield and Johnston's Creek in Glebe. However, while taking inspiration from the concept of the Greenway, we don't want Iron Cove Creek path to follow its extensive timeline, and we see no reason why it should. Therefore, we urge Inner West Council to endorse the draft master plan for Iron Cove Creek, endorse the preparation of grant funding submissions for detailed design works, and in addition to the current motion for decision at this meeting, set a clear expectation that design be completed and implementation commenced within 24 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Well timed. Our next speaker, and apologies if I mispronounce this, is Mariek Riedel of Croydon. Was I at all close with that pronunciation?
I will reveal in a second. Good evening, and councillors and mayor, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I also would like to acknowledge that we are meeting and living on the land of the Wangal people and pay my respect to them. I'm speaking tonight as a resident of Croydon, in particular Croydon Road, and I would like to express my support and my hope that council will endorse the Iron Cove Creek Master Plan. Now, when I moved to Sydney from Canberra, and before that, as you may hear, from Berlin, and by the way, my name is pronounced Marijke Riedel. I know it's super confusing. I was thinking I would move close to the water because that's what Sydney is known for. Little did I know that Parramatta Road disconnects me from the water. And now every time I want to go take my dog to Five Dog Park or go to the Bay Run, I have to take my car, and I I've never used my car as many times as I have here in Sydney. And I really think this needs to change because we really need more opportunities for active transport. And I currently feel quite unsafe walking because my only opportunity to walk to the base is to walk along Croydon Road, which is a fairly busy road, or walk along Frederick Street. And all of you who know Frederick Street know this is not a place for a person to walk. People have been hit by cars there. There's no verge planting. It's noisy, it's polluted. It's just very unpleasant. And I wouldn't want to take a child there. So I would really appreciate to have a separated path where I can walk safely with some greenery around me. And also this part of Croydon around Ashfield Pool has been earmarked in the blue-green grid strategy as a space that lacks access to green spaces. But we also know that Ashfield already has quite high density and Croydon is earmarked for more density. So we really need the opportunity for these residents to have access to green space and to these beautiful bays that we have here in this city. And finally, I brought my bike with me to Sydney. I haven't used it because I got hit by a car in a school zone. And I don't want to ride on Croydon Road. It's unsafe. It's congested with gigantic cars and youths. I don't feel safe. It has a white bike on the road, which I assume is supposed to tell me that this is a bike route. I don't feel safe riding there. I would like to unpack my bike, which has been stored in my garden shed for 2 years now, and get on my bike, get to the base and have access to all the beautiful places that are around me. So I very much hope that Council can embrace and endorse this plan and also make it a reality and not take as long as I learned the other Greenway has taken. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marique, and apologies for the mispronunciation. Our final speaker on this item is Dr. David Wood of Ashfield. Thank you.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you very much for letting me speak to this motion, to this plan. So my name's Dave. I'm an engineer. I'm a parent. I'm a resident of Ashfield, and I am a cyclist. I have a cargo bike that I get around with with my 2 children on, and this master plan would be an absolute boon to my family and I feel to my community. Firstly, the addition of a new safe rail crossing of the for bikes is going to be huge. As someone who has kids at Croydon Public, there are very limited opportunities to safely cross the train line on a bike. I've got the Strand at Croydon Station, I've got Frederick Street, or I've got the underpass at Ashfield. All 3 of those are dangerous, sketchy at best and downright dangerous in peak. The train line separates the Cooks River Path on the south side from the Bay Run on the north side, both of which are amazing resources to our community, and it would be really valuable to have a safe connection between the 2. Secondly, I am a resident of the Green Trees development on Knocklade Street. It runs all the way from Church Street backing onto the canal. I am aware that a number of my neighbours are not in favour of this proposal, and I wanted to come here tonight to loudly and clearly say they do not speak for all of us. There are some misguided opinions around safety issues. The increase in lighting is not going to make things less safe. It's going to make it better. Increase in traffic reduces crime, and I believe the statistics bear that out, although I haven't looked at them specifically recently. Lastly, as a relatively recent convert to cycling, these days I ride about 150k a week. My work is in Marrickville. I barely drive anymore, and it's amazing. But I only started doing it during COVID. One of the main things that got me into cycling was a clear and accessible cycle route from my home to my workplace at the time. With the rise in e-bikes, fitness and age are no longer barriers to cycling. And I think the major reason that people choose not to cycle in Sydney in particular is safety. And this plan would go a big way towards addressing people's concerns within that space. Thank you so much for your time tonight and for giving consideration to this plan. I do want to say I feel like the city I'm raising my kids in is very different to the one I grew up in, and not always for the better. But I do feel like this plan will give them an opportunity to raise their children in a much greener, happier, fitter, safer, friendlier space. So thank you very much. And as my other speakers have said, I wasn't aware of timing issues with these plans, but the sooner is always the better for these sort of things, I find. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. Our next item is item 15, Local Traffic Committee meeting, 18th of March 2024. I do note we have more than 3 speakers registered to speak on item 15, but as they're all a mix of for and against, I'm just happy to let everyone speak to that item. So our first speaker registered for the Local Traffic Committee meeting is Edward Walsh of Balmain, who I believe is online. Are you there, Edward?
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. Seems like there's a bit of interest here. I fully support the proposal and appreciate the support at the recent Traffic Committee meeting, which unanimously supported the motion. So thank you. The proposal to close Jaggers Lane will improve pedestrian safety. There's also a strong community support to close the lane to ensure it remains as a safe public pedestrian laneway. So last year there was some of you may remember we put a community petition which gathered a lot of support very quickly. So the extended local community use the lane as a preferred access way, but it's particularly important for residents along 31 to 45 Waterview Street. I'm on the other side, but these people use the lane as their safe access because there's no footpath on the other side of their homes. Waterview is a busy street. Also, waste management come through Jaggers. So the concern why we've got a bit of community activity here, which is great, is that developers are seeking to convert a public amenity, Jaggers Lane, for the benefit at the expense of safety and community amenity. So money for safety and amenity doesn't seem like a fair swap. The lane has been there for 140 years. The only reason that we're talking about traffic here is because they want to put parking off the lane, very narrow lane. There's never been parking there. The reason why we're particularly motivated is we believe there's a serious risk of injury if traffic is introduced, as the lane is very narrow. Even getting by a parked car is quite difficult. In addition, it's not a true lane. In other words, you can't pass through it because one end of it is very congested. You can't get around it, so you have to reverse in or reverse out on the Duncan Street end, which is where I live. There's also a number of property gates that open onto the lane, so it's like line gates that open up. And so we're particularly concerned, and there's been a few near misses around this, where a gate opens onto a lane and the car goes by. There's inches of free space there. We know that there's been a number of expert reviews of the traffic, and we know that they don't meet code, so they can't comply. The proposals use smaller cars. We don't see that as enforceable. And lastly, I guess, there was a recent meeting and we saw very low traffic, but most of the traffic was artificially introduced by the developers. And during that 1 week period, there was 3 near misses, details of the traffic.
Edward, sorry, I'll just ask you to wrap up as we've reached time.
Thank you. So the non-compliant behaviour and decision-making has made this a long and slow process and exhausting. So we're keen to find a permanent solution and find out what the next steps are. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Doug Rosser of Enmore. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm speaking about the proposal to close traffic in London Street on Enmore Road. I addressed the Traffic Committee on this issue, so I'm not going to bore you to tears with restating what I said then. My remarks were reported. I have a couple of points to make. Firstly, that the Ratepayers and residents in Belmore Street are not opposed to greater street pedestrianisation, however, not at the expense of more non-local traffic on residential streets. This appears to be the case for the proposed closure of London Street. We noted that the traffic management plan had not been completed, but it needs to address how to avoid increased traffic on local residential streets, which we see as being an outcome of this proposed closure. If possible, some initiatives to reduce the incidence of rat running by commuter traffic, which is, as the initial study indicated, that 90% of the traffic is actually non-local and is coming from commuters. We're also concerned about safety concerns around fast-moving traffic on residential streets where there are children and vulnerable residents present. Particular note is the traffic studies. Firstly, that the traffic study that was done for this proposal appears to have some unrealistic traffic volumes on Balmain Lane, which is actually behind my property, which, if you look at it, obviously is a very good place for trucks to deliver and for garbage trucks, but is not a place for traffic. I would suggest that if the proposal does go ahead, a commitment to undertake a more complete traffic study should be made. Lastly, I'd like to propose that the Council develops a strategy to discourage the use of residential streets in the area bounded by Liberty Street, Stanmore Road, Enmore Road, and the railway line right up to Newtown Bridge, as it's a haven for rat runners in the morning of early commuters. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Doug. Our next speaker is Martin Ellis, also of Enmore.
Thank you, councillors. I ask council to refuse the proposal for a temporary closure of London Street at Enmore Road on the following grounds. First, I don't believe council should be diverting traffic from a state road, Enmore Road, onto local residential streets, Gladstone, Belmore and Phillip, which is what the proposal acknowledges will happen. Second, council's exhibition of this proposal was flawed in that A, it posed only one question: do you want more landscape areas for sitting down near Enmore Road, without outlining a single downside for the residents. B, the study area in the exhibition was the same as for the entertainment precinct, that is Enmore Road only. It excluded all the negatively impacted local streets. And C, council did not include a traffic management plan in the exhibition documents, although this was for a proposed then 18-month road closure, when council itself tells residents if they want to apply for a road closure, a TMP is compulsory. By the time the proposal got to the Traffic Committee, a TMP had materialised, but by then the proposal was protected by a positive survey, based, you'll remember, on the single question: do you want more sit-down areas? What then did the Traffic Committee report say? It predicted 30% of southbound London Street traffic will choose Belmore Lane, as you've heard. Belmore Lane services shops in Enmore Road and is often blocked by delivery trucks at peak hour. Next, the report predicted 40% would use Gladstone. Do councillors know Gladstone Street? It's a single lane, one way, one of those streets if you park in them, the first thing you do when you get out is close your wing mirror if you want to hang on to it. Poor old Belmore Street, the only two-way street in this mix, will get a lot more than the balance, 30% of southbound traffic predicted. Probably we will get most of it. What about northbound traffic? The report says 80% will head for Liberty and 20% continue on to Enmore Theatre. This is extraordinary. Is council intentionally sending 20% more traffic into the heart of the entertainment precinct it is trying to promote and make safer? And why does the report only say Phillip? What it means, because Gladstone is one way, is they will go down Phillip and then Belmore Street. Yeah, the Belmore Street residents will get it in the neck, coming and going. Finally, my heart goes out to any resident assuming the closure of London Street will stop speeding there. There is nothing in the proposal to stop cars leaving Belmore Street, speeding down London to Liberty, nor cars speeding in the opposite direction. The only bit the cars won't be able to speed is the 20 metres of road proposed to be closed. A pitiful outcome from such disruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Our next speaker is Stephen Cheshire of Balmain, who I believe is online. Are you with us, Stephen?
Yes, I am with you.
Go ahead.
Can you hear? All right, thanks. Hi, folks. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am speaking about the proposed permanent closure of Jaggers Lane in Balmain. For context, I own a property which backs onto the lane. I am strongly opposed to the proposal to close because the closure will cause loss of amenity to all the properties along the lane, including mine. It will remove the right to access a public road from our properties. The original notice to the community positioned the proposal as by the council, citing the safety of pedestrians and vehicles passing one another in the lane. I understand the proposal was in fact initiated by a resident, not the council. The resident is opposed to vehicle access being granted to properties within the lane. There's a few live applications, if I understand correctly. I worry this misrepresentation, i.e. by the council for safety reasons, will likely have elevated the level of community support for the proposal. In any case, I believe the question of safety remains unproven. Allow me to explain. For taking an objective view and the data that is provided by the Traffic Department's own investigation, it is hard to be convinced that a safety issue really exists. Firstly, the lane is about 3.05 metres wide. The average Australian car, including wing mirrors, is about 1.7 to 1.9 metres wide. This leaves 1.15 to 1.35 metres. So is it really impossible for vehicles and pedestrians to safely pass one another? The department's investigation also found that vehicles move down the lane at about 10 kilometres an hour, describing this themselves as not significant. So is the safety issue due to speed? I don't think so. The investigation also found that on average, 2.3 vehicles use the lane per day, and the level of pedestrian, I quote, pedestrian and bicycle movements were found to be low. So is the safety issue due to frequency of occurrence? Again, the evidence suggests not. I also note the Traffic Department's investigation found that there are 0 accidents reported in Jaggers Lane over the past 5 years. So let me ask you, are you really convinced there is a safety issue? Is it really worthwhile closing the lane and causing loss of amenity to 13 properties along it over this issue? Now, there is evidently a conflict of opinion in the community. Could we not, therefore, explore some alternatives and together find a compromise? Perhaps we could first try signage marking the lane for residents only, or we could place a bollard at one end only to prevent through traffic. I, for one, would be completely open to having a constructive conversation with those supporting closure. Let's see if we can forge an alternative proposal, one that does not completely favour one side at the cost of the other side, as the current proposal does. Thank you for the time today and the opportunity to speak. I genuinely hope you take these data-driven facts that I shared today into account as you deliberate the proposal. Thanks again.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next speaker is Hugh Davies of Balmain. Thanks, Hugh.
Good evening. Hugh Davies, I'm out 35 Waterview Street. There must be a better way. Jaegers Lane has been there since the 1880s. The road was named after the builder Jaeger, who would have used the road to build the terraces and adjoining buildings. I have renovated a number of buildings in Waterview Street, and have used this lane extensively over the past 5 years, as it is not possible to gain access from the front to carry out the work that we do. The lane is only 73 metres long. It's basically just over twice the size of this room, the length of this room. It has 2 adjoining properties on the south side and is deemed a road. As the last traffic report, there have been no incidents or accidents in this road in the last 5 years. There are clear sight lines from Caroline Street to Duncan Street and vice versa. You can see straight down the line. And there is a light pole with a strong light giving adequate light for access and egress at night. The initial proposal, as I understand, was for removable bollards in the road so that residents could access their properties. This is now changed to fixed bollards, initially at either end of the road, but on the latest submission, one bollard is at the end of Caroline Street and the other a third of the way down Jaegers Lane, so that access can be achieved for some utilities. It does not solve access for the energy company to replace lights or the pole when needed, nor does it solve access for council for repair and replacement of the gutters and road. In fact, the road sweeper was down the lane this morning, cleaning the back lane. We believe that the road should remain open. Only last weekend, a tree came down in front of the London Hotel and closed off Darling Street, and East Balmain residents were forced to use all the side roads. There are a number of trees in this area, and it's quite possible that this scenario will happen again. Close the road and you close your options for access and egress. We don't want a Megalong Valley scenario where access is deprived. I remind Council of the Roads Act 1993, Section 6, right of access to the public road by owners of adjoining land. Right of access to public road is entitled as a right to access, whether by foot or in a vehicle or otherwise, across the boundary between the land and the public road. The statement put forward by the traffic report that this is not in the public interest for the lane to be used for vehicles is not credible, as the majority of owners use the lane for trade deliveries, landscaping supplies and waste pickup. How does Council propose these activities take place if not accessible? We understand by the closure of the lane from local real estate agents that all adjoining properties to the lane will be devalued by 100,000 upwards. Council, we believe that the best option is to leave the road open as is. The second option, use signage, residents only, either end and monitor. The third option is provide a removable bollard near the entrance of Caroline Street with signage, residents only, at Duncan Street end and monitor. The existing...
Hugh, I'll have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yeah, thank you. The existing proposal affects the rights of only some of the residents. This is not fair nor reasonable. This scheme is poorly thought out and disadvantages the owners adjoining the lane more than the local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. Our next speaker is John Cox of Enmore, who I believe is online. Are you with us, John? Do we have a John Cox online? We do. Can you hear us, John? You might have to unmute.
Yes. Yes, you do. Sorry. My apologies.
No worries. Go ahead.
Thanks for allowing me to join. Thank you. Just in regards to the London Street closure and the Symonds Street closure, I'm a resident of Marion Street. I just want to point out the closure of Symonds and London Street. So Symonds Street is a very wide street with access into the area. The proposal is to close Symonds Street so that other traffic will be diverted into Marion Street, which is a significantly smaller street. Two cars cannot pass up together without creating a backlog. There's also a one-way end at the end of Marion Street, which is already a problem where people drive the wrong way down the one-way end of the street, which is dangerous, causing problems for pedestrians. Additionally, London Street is Metropolitan Road is secondly the widest street in the area. Metropolitan Road leads onto Enmore Road, so it's the only way to travel west is via London Street. So that will create backlog through that intersection with the closure of Symonds and London Street in addition. So I therefore suggest consideration that rather than closing Symonds Street, it would be more appropriate to close Marion Street at the top of Marion Street, which is currently a one-way pedestrian-friendly area zone. Thank you for your listening and opportunity to speak.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Rory Steinley-Davies of Birchgrove. Thank you, Rory.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I'm a builder and I live a couple of streets away from Jaegers Lane. I've performed a couple of alterations and additions in the street. I'm not a developer. They're small alterations and additions for families and downsizes is the way I'd describe them to date. I'm concerned there's a number of DAs to use the lane that have been yet to be determined by council. I'm also concerned that one of these DAs is now before the Land and Environment Court. I'm concerned on the costs of lawyers, traffic engineers and consultants that will be doing this work again and again. I don't believe there to be a safety issue in Jaegers Lane. I'm still not sure what the safety issue is. 2 cars use this laneway a day. They travel under 10 kilometres an hour, and as the council has pointed out, it's very limitedly used by pedestrians and cyclists. It also, this laneway doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go to any shops. It doesn't go to any bus routes. It's simply between 2 other roads. So I'm not sure the purpose of closing this or why it's being done. I'm concerned that Energy Australia and ambulances cannot use the lane anymore to carry out their works. I am concerned that the new proposal has a bollard 30 metres down from Duncan Street, which allows the 2 people who were the leads in the petition to have access, with the other houses not able to have access. I'm concerned that the rights of residents that use this laneway are being removed for no outcome or benefit. I again suggest that you put signage up at either end to say residents only. I again suggest you put a bollard down one end with the residents only sign up the other end. I believe that a better outcome can be determined by the traffic committee, by the community, that everybody can be happy with. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. And our final speaker on item 15 is Despina Langella of Enmore, who I believe is online. Are you with us, Despina?
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. I live on London Street, close to Liberty Street End. I'm speaking for the road closure at the top of London Street at Enmore Road. I'll be speaking to 2 points, traffic and local culture. In relation to traffic, many people are using London Street as a type of rabbit warren to get around using the main streets which have been designated for heavier traffic flow and which are appropriate for this type of traffic. Many times a week, we witness cars illegally turning right into London Street from Enmore Road, which causes traffic issues and near misses with pedestrians and also the cars coming in the other direction. At the top of London Street, at the Enmore Road end, the busyness and activity spills across the London Street intersection, with children and adults unaware of the traffic turning into London Street from Enmore Road. Many times we've experienced near misses of cars and also pedestrians who are crossing the street. There are no lights and it's unsafe for both pedestrians and cars. There is a lot of activity around that end of Enmore Road, and it's got busier and busier over the years as Enmore has become a hub of activity. In relation to the local culture, we're in full support of the Enmore Entertainment Precinct and all the activity it brings to our area. Visitors are respectful and it contributes to the vibrancy of the area. As locals, our street and our area is great. For those of us lucky enough to live here, we want you to know what a strong sense of community we have with a mix of owners, renters, families, couples and singles. It's a great mix and we welcome the people who come here to visit Enmore Theatre, the bars, pubs and restaurants. Having a small square at the top of our street will be a great place for us to sit and connect and for the children to connect. It will enhance our community life. It will help alleviate the traffic and pedestrian congestion and safety concerns we have. It will also be beneficial to the entertainment hub, providing some breakout space for those visiting the area. The footpaths on London Street and Enmore Road are quite narrow for the number of people who attend here, and this will provide some extra space for people to meet, dine, sit and connect. Thanks for coming up with this plan and for your consideration of my comments today for the road closures.
Thanks very much, Despina. Our next item with speakers is item 18, outcome of Inner West Council's De-Amalgamation business case, and we have Pip Hinman of Newtown, who I believe is online. Are you with us, Pip?
Thanks, councillors. I'll just get my notes up. Sorry. I acknowledge that I'm speaking from Gadigal land, and I'd like to pay my respects to those still fighting for justice today. Sovereignty was never ceded. I've been living in Newtown for close to 30 years. I'm part of Residents for De-Amalgamation and the De-Merge New South Wales Alliance. I'm here speaking on this item as well as Councillor John Stamoulis's motion, item 39. So I think for the Inner West Council to show it is progressive, responsible and effective as the Senior Manager of Governance claims in this motion, it needs a demerger plan to be drawn up so that the New South Wales Boundaries Commission has something to work with. This is what residents and some councillors have been saying since the inadequate business case plan was drawn out without demerger experts or the community or pro-de-amalgamation councillors' input. Councillor Stamoulis's motion asks for the Inner West Council to go back to the drawing board and submit a proper demerger plan. And I think that's a reasonable request because it's also showing that some Inner West councillors are taking local democracy seriously. As you will all recall, 2 out of 3 residents voted in 2021 to demerge. This is a quite significant figure and a clear signal that people want council to work and to work for them. Labor councillors' attempts to deride this expression of discontent with the amalgamated council reflects badly on them. 2 out of 3 residents are not abnormal, as some Labor councillors continue to say. We expect you to work for us. If the Bayside Council can ask for a demerger business case to be drawn up in the next month, as it did at a recent meeting, so can the Inner West Council. It would not be doing anything particularly unusual. Cootamundra Gundagai has actually submitted 2 business cases to the New South Wales Boundaries Commission, the second after the first was knocked back. Their second costed plan was given the okay by the Boundaries Commission under the former state government. Unfortunately, the current Labor state government seems to be in the process of getting it to jump through even more hoops, which actually is a reversal of what was promised before the election. Labor also has a bill before Parliament which is going to make it harder, not easier for councils to demerge. This is because it wants to remove the very clause that Labor put into the law when it was in opposition for the state government to fund a demerger, one-off cost of demerger. Honestly, which council will be in a position to demerge without some state government assistance? I'll tell you, none. Well, the Boundaries Commission said in its recent report to the Inner West Council, which it predictably knocked back, was that it didn't provide a plan to demerge, and therefore it couldn't recommend that it would demerge.
Pip, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
I will conclude now. It is predictable, as Greens and independent councillors said would happen. The motion that I'm asking you to give consideration to is simply to ask council to do what the Boundaries Commission suggested. Democracy does need to be observed.
Thank you, Pip. I'll ask you to conclude your remarks. I'll note you're speaking on this item a little later as well. Item 29, Notice of Motion, Vilification Laws. Our first speaker is Sean Mulcahy of St Kilda, who I believe is online. Are you with us, Sean? We have Sean online?
Yes, councillors. Can you see and hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on item 29, Vilification Laws, Motion for National General Assembly. My name is Dr. Sean Mulcahy. My pronouns are he, him. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Rainbow Local Government campaign, which works with local councils in Victoria, but increasingly nationwide, to support their local LGBTIQA+ communities on issues that matter to them. Just last night, Sydney City Council unanimously passed this same motion after we worked with councillors Linda Scott and councillor Adam Warling to get it on the agenda there. And we hope that tonight the Inner West will join Sydney and 3 Victorian councils in passing this motion in support of local members of the community who are unfortunately subject to vilification. The Transjustice Project and the Victorian Pride Lobby recently released the Fueling Hate report, which found that 94% of participants saw online anti-transgender abuse, harassment and vilification, and 85% saw significantly more of this compared to 4 years ago, which shows that sadly vilification is on the rise. Vilification or hate makes people feel abused, harassed and unsafe, and nobody should be made to feel that way. The Fueling Hate report recommended that the federal government introduce anti-vilification laws to protect the entire LGBTIQA+ community from abuse, harassment, vilification and violence, which is the subject of this motion. We hope that you councillors will support this motion, and I'm very happy to answer any questions councillors may have.
Thanks very much, Sean. Our next speaker is Alastair Laurie of West Wollongong, online.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Alastair Laurie. My pronouns are he, him. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at Public Interest Advocacy Centre. I'm also a long-time advocate for the LGBTIQ community and one of the leading experts on LGBTIQ anti-discrimination and vilification laws in Australia. Importantly, I clarify I'm speaking tonight in a personal capacity. I speak in favour of Motion 29. Australia's current vilification laws are inconsistent, incomplete, with inadequate coverage, particularly at Commonwealth level. While there are racial vilification protections under Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act, vilification is still not prohibited on the basis of any other attribute. The Commonwealth Government has repeatedly promised to introduce religious vilification protections, with these expected to be brought to Parliament in coming months. However, there are other groups within the community equally deserving of protection. This includes people with disability. Indeed, the Disability Royal Commission recently recommended the introduction of disability vilification laws at Commonwealth level and in states and territories like New South Wales, where it is not already covered. That was recommendation 4.30. One of the biggest gaps is the absence of Commonwealth vilification laws with respect to sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics. This absence has been increasingly notable and problematic given the rise in anti-LGBTIQ and especially anti-trans hate speech since early 2023. That includes the infamous events of March 2023, where neo-Nazis turned up to an anti-trans rally on the steps of Victorian Parliament, performing Nazi salutes, threatening trans counter-protesters, and holding a banner saying "Destroy Pedo Free." The following week saw what could be described as a riot in Belfield in Sydney by so-called Christian Lives Matters individuals against both LGBTIQ protesters and New South Wales Police. The subsequent 12 months have seen a large number of far-right extremist threats against drag story times at local government facilities around the country. Obviously, drag is not synonymous with trans, but they are conflated in the words of those far-right extremists, as seen in the disgusting events outside the Cumberland Council meeting on 28 February this year. It's clear that anti-LGBTIQ hate speech, and especially public displays of transphobia, are increasing. The Commonwealth Government must respond to them, including through the introduction of Commonwealth laws against anti-LGBTIQ vilification, alongside its promised prohibitions on religious vilification and the implementation of the Disability Royal Commission recommendation for disability vilification protections too. I'm happy to answer any questions councillors may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alastair. Our last speaker for this item is Teddy Cook of Surrey Hills, representing ACON. No Teddy Cook. Okay, item 32, Cynthia Nadai of Lilyfield. Cynthia, are you there?
Yes, I am.
G'day.
Hi. I'm speaking on item 32 in terms of the motion, the notice of motion regarding the Rozelle Parklands Master Plan funding, and I'm speaking for Friends of Kelland Park this evening. Before making any decisions regarding how to spend $20 million of public funds provided by the state government, it is best practice to consult the community. Until the master plan for Rozelle Parklands is completed, Council does not know what the priorities are for the whole community, nor what is the criteria for deciding how to spend $20 million of public taxpayers' funds. The discussion regarding an all-purpose field is inappropriate until the Rozelle Parklands master plan is completed and the community has had an opportunity to provide input. Thank you.
Thanks, Cynthia. Next item is 37, demerger of Inner West Council. Brian Halstead of Spit Junction. Brian, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Can I tell you, you are by far our most frequent contributor from Spit Junction.
I know. I've got
Welcome again to the People's Republic of the Inner West.
Look, I'm a qualified accountant, have been on the Audit Risk Committee of a Metro Council and have studied amalgamation and de-amalgamation proposals over the last 10 years. First, I support this motion, but it could have been a lot stronger. The Council has badly failed to support the more than 60,000 voters who desired to demerge and get their local council back. The Independent Boundaries Commission found that the proposal put forward was deficient and flawed. Not me, the Independent Boundaries Commission. This is especially important as the Council was told of the deficiencies in the lack of an implementation plan before the submission was made. The Minister, in rejecting the proposal, also spoke of a lack of an implementation plan. The proposal put forward does not support progressive, responsive and effective civil leadership as claimed in item 18 of this agenda, but a failure of effective civil leadership in putting a deficient plan forward. Secondly, the Boundaries Commission stated that the Inner West Council provided data on additional labour costs of the de-amalgamation. This data claimed labour costs would be dramatically more than the labour costs established in the detailed Inner West Council Morrison Lowe proposal. The costs were more than double and amounted to over $200 per annum per ratepayer. These secret figures seem to be the basis of the Minister's statement there would be a bigger financial burden on the ratepayers if Council de-amalgamated. How does anyone know when figures have not been made available to the councillors or the community for review and challenge? This complete lack of transparency on submission of figures to the Boundaries Commission, Deloitte, is an absolute disgrace. Council can rectify this by submitting a new costed demerger plan, and there are plenty of neutral experts who could help them do this. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Our next speaker is Daniel LaHood of Ashfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The announcement to not allow the Inner West Council to demerge by local government Minister Ron Honing and actions of this council raises some fundamental questions of concern. Mr. Mayor, you were reported by the Sydney Morning Herald on the 15th of March to have welcomed the decision, although 63% of your residents who voted in the 2021 poll shared a completely different view. It seems in 2016, you put in 2 merger proposals in favour of mergers, while other mayors threatened legal action against the then Liberal state government. It seems strange that the surrounding councils which threatened legal action remained untouched. In 2021, some councillors voted against residents having a vote on the demerger issue through a poll. Mr. Mayor, the same way you have publicly condemned and challenged the current state government on issues surrounding the redevelopment of Leichhardt Oval, bail laws and rezoning, why can't the council fight for the wish of 63% of the residents? The current council covers nearly all of Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's electorate of Grayndler. This is no longer a local council, it is the size of a federal electorate. What Labor has achieved now is just ultimate power grab, with federal, state and local government now being controlled by Labor in the Inner West. The Minister Minister Honing in January 2019 sent a letter to his constituents which ruthlessly defended demergers. Honing said in relation to Bayside Council, and I quote, "The New South Wales Liberal government took away your council. The government also ignored a local citizens' vote which emphatically showed local people wanted their local council back." Honing continued to say that I will continue to fight to force the Liberals to separate us from Bayside Council. Close quote. Now that Minister Honing is the Minister of Local Government, he is now singing a very, very different tune. I know I can speak for many residents in this LGA. The democratic vote of this community has been ignored, and when governments and elected representatives ignore the will of the people, you then enter territory which undermines the very existence of our nation's democratic principles. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Lord. Just given that a number of your remarks were addressed to me, I'll just make one point of clarification. Firstly, I was very proud to award you Young Inner West Citizen of the Year a few years ago.
Thank you.
And thank you for the work that you've done for the community.
Thank
you. The Sydney Morning Herald might have reported that I welcomed the decision, but my public statements are recorded on the council website.
Yep.
I didn't say that. I said that I accepted the independent determination of the Boundaries Commission.
Thank you for
And they're
clarifying.
two different things, but thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem. Okay. Michelle Hacking of Rozelle online. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, councillors. My name is Michelle Hacking, and I've been following the issue on de-amalgamation since it was forced upon us. Disappointed? Well, yes, but not surprised by the Minister's decision. Minister Honig rejected community wishes to demerge, even though he is on record as saying amalgamation was a failed and expensive experiment. When the Electoral Commission poll was held at the last council elections, 62.5% of the Inner West community voted to demerge. That's overwhelming. After 5 years' experience of an amalgamated council, residents rejected the experiment as a failure. That's 21 suburbs and all 5 wards. Surely that's a democratic and widespread result. The result wasn't a surprise to the community. Creation of the Inner West Council was based on a flawed concept. Even the outgoing Liberal government recognised that the policy of amalgamation was a regret, a mistake. You remember how it was presented? Amalgamation would bring savings due to economies of scale. It didn't. In fact, we faced deficits. No one seriously believed KPMG's suggestion, well, maybe Mike Baird did, that a surplus of 30 million could be achieved. We tried it out and found not only no profit, no savings, but our existing surplus prior to amalgamation had transformed into annual deficits. With the premise for amalgamation being exposed as wishful thinking, no, it was a clear error in judgment. Residents expected that their elected representatives would lead the way to demerging. That lack of support was a real disappointment. Despite candidates at the last election claiming they would support the outcome of the poll, that hasn't been the case. In fact, Labor councillors have voted against holding a poll at all, so the path ahead was already obvious. Who could be surprised when Labor councillors voted again to submit a flawed business case in 2023? All 8 voted in that way. The other councillors voted against it. Disappointed again? Yes, but not surprised. In fact, the business case submitted to the Boundaries Commission reads like a proposal to stay merged. The same financial tactics were employed. Even a cursory glance exposes glaring assumptions that inflated the cost of demerging. Council supplied figures for Deloitte, and again, they read like typing errors. For existence. Employment of 163 staff for 4 years costing $26.5 million a year was estimated. There was no independent analysis of council's figures, and it's surprising that Deloitte accepted it, despite clear evidence that much lower de-amalgamation costs existed for councils in Queensland, and Deloitte had been part of that investigation. The other fact, there was no transition plan. How could the Boundaries Commission do anything but reject an incomplete submission that included inflated and unrealistic?
Michelle, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks. Your time has expired.
Okay, how could the Minister make any different ruling? We are disappointed. We expect better from our councillors.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Okay, item 39. Now, for item 39, we've got 3 speakers who've all already spoken on this issue. Brian Halstead, Michelle Hacking and Pip Hinman. So you're entitled to speak, but with respect, I'd ask you to address any new issues, additional issues that you'd like to raise. Mr. Halstead?
Yes, I will be addressing things because I strongly support this motion as it addresses the deficiency that I mentioned earlier. It was identified by the Boundaries Commission and the Minister. The plan can also address the cost of the merger, which appears inflated, and there is nothing stopping putting forward a new proposal. Cooter and Gundagai did two before the last one was approved, and Snowy Valleys have just sent off their second proposal, which the Minister has referred to the Boundaries Commission. In fact, the Minister in budget estimates last year stated I don't agree with the contents of some of these reports that indicate the cost of what the cost of demergers are. I mean, why can't councils share an IT system that's currently in existence? They don't all need a turnkey solution sitting in council chambers because they start a new council. It must be remembered that the community was provided with what the Minister considers inflated costs, and still 60,000 people voted to emerge and get their local council back. And I repeat that, the community knew what the costs were going to be, inflated as I think they are, and the Minister thinks, and still 60,000 voted to emerge. The council could use a template in the transition plan and financial sustainability plan submitted by Cootamundra Gundagai, and thus reducing the cost and timing of the completion of this plan. Approving this motion and doing a proper plan would show the council truly support their community's wishes.
Thanks, Mr. Halstead. Michelle, did you have further remarks?
Yes, I do have some. In fact, I wanted to speak about the disconnect between council and its community, and a new plan being put forward would go a long way to solving that rift. I would also endorse Brian's point about thinking about measures like shared services. That would be important in the pathway to demerge. I've already mentioned staff, but I wanted to offer the Deloitte's figure for large council demergers in Queensland. They suggested $10 million. That's nothing like what we were told for Inner West. The next steps are really crucial. Minister Honig's media release in October the 3rd last year said the demerger framework must support and enhance local democracy. We're in a great position. We've already had a poll. The Electoral Commission poll is unambiguous, and the integrity of the result can't be questioned. He also needs to uphold pre-election commitments. In 2021, a clause was inserted into the Local Government Act pointing out government responsibility for charges in 218C to ensure that the cost of any de-amalgamation is fully funded. To achieve that aim, we need to put in a reasonable and responsible de-amalgamation case. The Minister is facing pressure from his own electorate, and that overlaps with the Premier's. A majority of Bayside Labor councillors have voted to develop a business case that reflects their community's wish to de-amalgamate. Bayside Council is showing leadership on this issue. They will include giving residents a say on re-establishing Rockdale and Botany councils. That's something that the Minister himself called for when he requested 12,000 signatures in support of de-amalgamation back in 2019 in a letter to his residents. That's all the residents of the Inner West want. We've had the poll. Now our council needs to undertake an implementation plan for demerging that aligns with the community's vote. If Bayside and Cootamundra Gundagai councils are able to represent their community's interests, it should be possible that our council does that too. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michelle. And lastly, Pip Hinman of Newtown. Are you there, Pip?
I am, but since Daniel, Brian and Michelle have so eloquently spoken to the issues, I don't feel I need to say anything more. Thank you.
Thanks for that. The next item is item 45, pedestrian safety at Cardinal Freeman Village, and the speaker for this is Giselle Misnadje. I got it wrong last time as well. I'm very sorry. It's great to have you back here again.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. Firstly, I want to really thank everyone, all the councillors, the local traffic committee, everyone involved in approving the 11 new pedestrian crossings in the surrounds of the Cardinal Freeman Village. Everyone in our village, I assure you, is very grateful for this approval, which will give us the opportunity to walk to Ashfield and Summerhill and to all our destinations. What I want to speak to you today is to support Councillor Jessica De Lorenzo's motion to hold a community workshop to talk about the design of the crossings. The importance of this is because globally there has been now new urban design thinking, which ultimately is a good idea. It's to put more walkability improved walkability in all communities, improved pedestrian crossings. But what's been happening is that the new crossings that are being designed are raised pedestrian crossings, which are leveled. The footpath is level with the roadway. They're sometimes called continuous footpaths. The idea is to give pedestrian priority, but for people like me, I have lost the curb ramps, which tells me when I come to the edge of between the footpath and the roadway. This is creating a safety hazard. Guide Dogs Australia just published a report. 80% of blind people, their blind clients, are now concerned about being able to walk confidently because of the lack of curb ramps, the removal of curb ramps, and not being able to tell when the footpath and the roadway merges. This morning, I was in the city walking down George Street, and I nearly walked into the path of an oncoming light trail. My support worker pulled me in time because there was no. And those tactile bumpy dots, you call them tactile ground surface indicators, are not sufficient. So I urge you to support this community forum so we can get our heads together and brainstorm solutions that make walkability equitable and inclusive for all our residents. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Giselle. And then for item 51, which is a question on notice, we again have Cynthia Nadai of Lilyfield. Cynthia, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I'm speaking for Friends of Callan Park this evening. We would like to thank Councillor Stamalos for putting his questions on notice about plastic turf in all-weather fields. In an effort to understand broadly the pros and cons of plastic turf, Friends of Callan Park have connected with many individuals and groups about this topic. Recently, we focused on the health hazards to sports players from artificial turf, or more aptly, could be called plastic grass. Yes, all synthetic turf, including so-called hybrid, has plastic. Recent studies identified the serious health risks of PFAS, or forever chemicals, from players playing on artificial turf. On the 16th of March of this year, The Guardian published an article titled "Athletes Likely to Have Higher Levels of PFAS After They Play on Artificial Turf." According to this article, PFAS are a class of about 15,000 chemicals, often used to make products resist water, stain, and heat. The compounds are linked to cancer, liver problems, thyroid issues, birth defects, kidney disease, decreased immunity, and other serious health problems. Artificial turf is made with several layers, including plastic grass blades, plastic backing that holds the blades in place, and infill that weighs down the turf to help blades stand upright. Industry has said the plastic grass blades and backing cannot be made without PFAS. The community is learning more about the effects of PFAS on our environment. A frightening article on the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald last Thursday described how to poison a planet forever. Friends of Callan Park sent all councillors an email this afternoon with the links for the articles I've just referred to. In short, our world at large has more recently become aware of the toxic hazards of using plastic containing PAFS in synthetic turf. Many councils are facing this problem of how to extend the use of our playing fields, although some have recently proven there is an alternative. Spend council's finite funds more wisely by better care of our natural turf fields. Friends at Callan Park support the sporting groups and want to see sports at Callan Park. A short video, which is in your email, describes how Mossman Council, after careful deliberation, chose not to install artificial turf, but spent the funds reinvigorating their natural fields to the immense satisfaction of the entire community, including all sports teams. Please take the time to watch their story as it depicts precisely where the Inner West Council is at the moment. Do we or don't we proceed with plastic turf fields? We know the Inner West Council prides itself on its environmental record and views. However, installing plastic artificial turf will completely contradict our reputation for best environmental practice. Spend the funds taking better care of our existing natural turf fields. Pursuing that goal will benefit the environment, plus all sports, plus all community users, such as dog walkers and the general public, and in that way, Council has the opportunity.
Cynthia, your time's expired. If you could conclude your remarks, please.
Yep. Council has the opportunity to bring together rather than to divide the community. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cynthia. And the last item for which we have a speaker is item 56, update on the development of affordable housing on council land. And that speaker is John Engler from Shelton, New South Wales. Garnet Brownbill, no, it's been scratched off the list that I've received. Not that, I mean, would have been great to hear from Garnet again. John.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and all councillors for the opportunity. My name is John Engler from Shelton, New South Wales. I'm the CEO but also the Chair of National Shelter, which is sometimes material. Today's a good news day. I like the opportunity to be able to speak about affordable housing as a possibility, and council's really leaning in and taking the lead. So it's really good to be the last speaker, and hopefully we can end on a bit of a high. So I'd like to, of course, acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Wongal people today, and acknowledge the land was never ceded. One of the good news stories about New South Wales in the last 25 years has been the growth of the community housing sector. Thank you. I think we often forget that we might be doing all sorts of things not as well as we want, but one of the things we do really well is grow, support and give capacity to the community housing sector. So I was pleased to be able to hear that Council's progressing with its own proposal, looking at how we can have up to 3 sites, I think it is, of car parks developed for affordable housing. Now, one of the things that we talk about ad nauseum is the increasing demand and reduced supply of social housing, increased rents, increase of people who are renting, and reduction in home ownership as a secure form of tenure. So the growth of affordable housing as a particular product is timely. And when we talk about affordable housing for key workers, essential workers, and if you're not sure who an essential worker is, it's someone who pretty much can't ring up and say, I think I'll work from home today. They're an essential worker. These are the carers, cleaners, checkout operators that kept everyone fed, safe and watered during COVID. So we have no doubt about what it is that we think that needs communities like ours to be kept vital and running. And at the moment, we do have a huge number of people who rent in our inner west area, travel long distances, often at night, for modest wages to provide such emergency and essential workforce support. So any proposal at all that seeks to improve the level of secure, affordable housing in the inner west is a good thing. Just briefly, there are 3 ways in which councils can directly engage in the better provision of affordable housing as a product. So firstly, supporting through an affordable housing contribution scheme or through voluntary planning agreements the actual provision of affordable housing on other land that's ideally had an uplift in value. That's bronze, if you like. Silver, and I'm pleased to see that the council has been supportive of recent developments for owners of land themselves for whom they want to provide affordable housing. And in the case of Fresh Hope Communities, 100% affordable housing in perpetuity, 52 units on site in Marrickville, that's silver. Gold is where council leans in and does this themselves. This is an example where council really can lead the way, not bronze, not silver, but gold, actually themselves be the provider of the land for which affordable housing, real skin in the game. So I mean, I know I'm running out of time here, but the mention previously of the Prime Minister and Albo, when the Prime Minister talks about growing up in housing, he used to talk about growing up in council housing, and indeed it was council housing. So there's nothing wrong with councils owning, leading the way and leaving a decent legacy when it comes to council-provided housing. So to that end, we at Shelter New South Wales very much in support of this particular proposal, working with proven CHPs, provide housing. If I could be so bold as to suggest that not only should this be what the Inner West Council is doing, I think reputationally it already is expected that the Inner West Council of Sydney is the sort of council in Australia that is well and truly doing this stuff. So I think it would be a time for us to catch up. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. Okay, that concludes the public gallery this evening. So if we return to the agenda, we're up to condolence motions, of which there was one tabled, and that is for Christopher Hugh Pratten, OAM. Councillor Drury.
Mayor, we are all indebted for the work that Chris has done for the Ashfield district. His editing and writing of many publications enrich our community and provide those who go for us an opportunity to understand what was. I'm very thankful to have known Chris, and I think our community should be very thankful for what he has done for us. More than that, I think Chris also showed the way for local historical societies as to how those publications could actually be interesting. I don't know how many local histories you've read. I've read a few. Chris really did lift the bar, and I'm thankful for that. I'd also note that to be taken to task by Chris, as I was on many occasions, was quite a thought-provoking activity, and he was forthright in his views. And I'm not sure if it's true, but I saw Chris as this high Tory, high Anglican sort of character, but a great larrikin and a real lively spirit. He wasn't sardonic. He was mocking, but not in a cynical way, because he passionately believed in beautiful stuff, choirs, orchestras, beautiful bits of architecture, and he sought for them to be protected and promoted. Vale, Chris.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak to the motion? If not, I'm happy to second that. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That brings us to mayoral minutes tabled this evening, the first of which is a condolence motion. Councillor Howard.
Sorry, just before the mayoral minutes, can I please just give notice that I will be tabling an urgency motion for the discussion at the end of the meeting?
Thank you for that. Are there any other urgency motions that councillors wish to table? Councillor Howard, can I ask you to provide me with a copy of that, please? Thank you very much for that. So, as I was saying, there are a number of mayoral minutes tonight, the first of which is also a condolence motion, and that is for Keith Barnes, and I wish to speak to that now. Keith Barnes was the greatest Tiger of them all. He passed away 2 days ago at the age of 89. Few more gentlemen have ever played rugby league or contributed more to every aspect of the game than Keith Golden Boots Barnes. A player, a coach, a referee, a commentator and administrator, there's literally nothing he didn't do in the sport of rugby league. Keith was born in Wales and moved with his family to Australia when he was 15, originally to Wollongong and then to the Balmain district where he was signed to play for the Balmain Tigers. He eventually played 194 premiership games for Balmain between 1955 and 1968. Keith played in 17 tests and World Cup matches for the Kangaroos between 1959 and 1966. 14 as captain at a time when there were only about 3 test matches played a year maximum. So he had an extended tenure as the captain of the Australian Rugby League team. He was one of the greatest goal kickers of any era and was famous for kicking goals from over the halfway line. After his playing days, Keith became a referee, an administrator and a commentator on the Amco Cup on Channel 10 with Ray Warren in the 1970s. And in 1976, he became the secretary manager of the Balmain Leagues Club. In 1984, he took up the role as chief executive of the football club. He also became the first ex-Kangaroo captain to manage the Australian side when he took up that role on the 1990 Kangaroo Tour. At the turn of the century, Keith Barnes was honoured with selection in both the Balmain Team of the Century and the West Tigers Team of the Century. In 2007, he was inducted into the Australian Rugby League Hall of Fame. In 2008, he was named in the list of Australia's 100 greatest players. In the 1996 Australia Day honours, he was appointed as a member of the Order of Australia in recognition of his service to rugby league as a player and as an administrator. In 2009, he was honoured with the naming of the Keith Barnes Stand at his beloved Leichhardt Oval, and the Keith Barnes Stand is heritage protected so that his legacy will always be upheld and celebrated at the 8th wonder of the world. He was an Australian captain and a Tigers legend, and his spirit will live on at Leichhardt Oval. And I move that Council write to the family of Keith Barnes to express our gratitude for the contribution he made throughout his life to our local community, the Balmain Tigers, West Tigers and Rugby League in Australia. And secondly, that Council offer to the Barnes family and West Tigers the use of Leichhardt Oval for a service to commemorate and celebrate Mr Barnes' incredible lifelong contribution to Australian sport and the Balmain Tigers. I'll move that way. Is there anyone who would like to speak to that motion? Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too would like to pay tribute to Keith Barnes, a hero to my family for generations, and a man whose name will live on in a legacy not just contained within the Keith Barnes Stand, not just within the Holman Barnes Group, now the Magpies and Tigers club owners, but also if we are able to secure the future of Leichhardt Oval as a world-class rugby league venue. I have a number of motions on the agenda this evening, none of which I need to speak to, but all of which have the objective of securing the future of this iconic venue with investment in our infrastructure, our services, our facilities, and importantly, in extending those to the community through investment in women's and club grade facilities, so that a generation of players of the calibre of Keith Barnes can continue to play rugby league at Leichhardt Oval.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. Is there any further contributions? Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As a Baludari Balmain ward councillor, I'd like to recognise and honour one of our great citizens, someone who's committed so much to the quality of life in our area and to sports in our area. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stamoulis. There's no further contributions. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. There are 3 further mayoral minutes and I'll attempt to deal with those expeditiously. The first is in regards to tree safety in the Inner West. In recent months, there have been a number of large trees on public land that have dropped branches, been uprooted or have collapsed, causing serious potential safety problems. This has included a large branch that fell and struck a pedestrian on the Bay Run, an uprooted tree in Lambert Park adjoining to a children's playground, and the collapse last Sunday of a very large tree on Darling Street in Balmain that councillors will have seen and which was widely reported. It is important that Council verify the inspection and safety assessment regime for large trees such as these that do have the potential to create great damage if they fall. Given this spate of incidents, it's important that Council renew its safety processes to ensure we're upholding our responsibilities to provide assurance to the community that all steps are being undertaken to protect public safety. And so I move that Council receive a report to the next ordinary Council meeting identifying the schedule of inspections, inspections and assessments made on all trees on public land that have recently dropped large branches, been uprooted or collapsed, and that Council procure an external review of our safety procedures for the maintenance of large trees on public land. This is to be undertaken at arm's length from Council officers to ensure an independent assessment of Council's processes and whether they need to be strengthened or improved. And the funding for this review is to be identified in the quarterly budget review. I'll move that way. Is there any councillor who wishes to speak to the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? I'll declare that carried. Now, I think that was unanimous, but there might have been an issue with timing. Councillors Langford and Shetty, were you for or against that motion?
For.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, there was just a slight delay probably in the audio.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That is carried. We'll move on to Rozelle Parklands update. On March 28, the removal of asbestos contaminated mulch at Rozelle Parklands was completed as required by the clean-up order issued to Transport for New South Wales by the Environment Protection Authority. I note that that was after an extension had been granted to the previous deadline for the clean-up. Council officers have continued to regularly meet with Transport for New South Wales officials, as have I, to advocate for the restoration and reopening of the park to be expedited. Transport for New South Wales have advised that the park is due to be fully reopened by the end of April, and this will enable the sporting fields there to be used in May. Council has also insisted upon written confirmation from Transport for New South Wales about how the trees and vegetation that have been lost during the clean-up of contaminated mulch will be replaced and the park fully restored. Transport for New South Wales has audited the parklands to identify the amount of trees and vegetation that have died and need to be replaced. Council has informed that agency that we will be closely scrutinising the restoration of the park and insisting upon all vegetation that has been lost being fully replaced. So I move that Council 1, delegate the General Manager to enter into a temporary licence agreement with Transport for New South Wales to manage the sporting fields in Rozelle Parklands until a permanent arrangement is in place. The temporary arrangement will manage bookings, undertake field maintenance, line marking, mowing and installation of goalposts. And secondly, that Council receive a report to the May Ordinary Council meeting on the progress of the Rozelle Parklands Masterplan and foreshadowing the issues that have been raised in the Notice of Motion item 32 in regards to Rozelle Parklands Masterplan funding. It is already the adopted position of the Council that we not undertake any expenditure until there is a completed Rozelle Parklands Master Plan, and I'm happy to incorporate that point from Councillor Stamoulis's motion into the Mayoral minute now. So I'll incorporate the motion of item 32 as the third point of this Mayoral minute. Is there any discussion?
Mayor?
Councillor Shetty and then Councillor Stamoulis.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions to the General Manager, if possible.
Yep.
What is the sort of maximum time frame that you'd be looking at for a temporary arrangement like this?
I'll put that to the General Manager.
Till such time as there's the way I anticipate the agreement will be put together is till such time as we can land the final agreement for the Rozelle Parklands. A similar arrangement to what we have for Callan Park, that we manage the sports field until such time as the final result for the parkland is determined.
Councillor Shetty?
Should the negotiations with Transport for New South Wales take some time, or Council isn't happy with the arrangements to so that they would be comfortable taking on the parklands on an ongoing basis in terms of the control and care and management of the entire asset, would that temporary arrangement be able to go into, years?
I would anticipate until such time it's resolved. I didn't want to have, if it's not resolved before the following season, I wanted to be able to continue for ongoing seasons.
Councillor Shetty, I'm open to, if you would like to move an amendment to set a sunset period upon the temporary arrangement, I'm open to that. So I'm all ears.
Yeah, I just had one more question, and maybe then I'll move that. Just want to know if we've got an estimation of the cost, if that's sort of on an annual basis, the potential cost of staffing hours and funding for Council to take this on.
I'll put that question to the General Manager.
I'll have to take it on notice. Would it be part of a report back to Council in the future?
Thank you. Mayor, could I move an amendment that we put something in the region of 12 months initially? Would you be comfortable with something like that?
Happy to incorporate that. Do you want to provide the wording to the minute takers?
Sure.
I don't envisage that it will take 12 months. The current timeline for us, we estimated that we would take on care, control and management of the entire site in November or late this year. Obviously, the asbestos contamination has interrupted that, and it's already the resolved position of Council that we will complete the master plan and adopt it before taking on care, control and management of the site. But I don't envisage that it would take until May next year. 12 months I'm perfectly comfortable with, or I don't think we'll need that long.
Thank you. I'm sorry, given that I'm just online, can I just say verbally the amendment being that any temporary arrangement is reviewed after 12 months?
No problem. I'm happy to liaise with the minute takers on your behalf. That's very clear. Thank you for that. That's incorporated. Councillor Stamlis?
Sorry to interrupt again. I just had one more minor amendment.
Yep.
Could we add an additional point that I've sent to the minute takers, that Council consult with local sporting clubs to understand their future needs and possible requests to access to the fields?
Yep, happy to incorporate that as well.
Thanks very much.
Okay, no problem. They're both incorporated. Councillor Stamlis?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm certain that sporting clubs and the wider community will be happy about moving forward on the arrangements to getting these activated, these sports fields activated. Very important. Thank you for including point 3 of the motion there on the $20 million of funding. Just a quick question on the master plan. That is a council-run process. It's not state government. Is that correct?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Yes, that is.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll just ask the minute takers to clarify by displaying on the screen the amended motion. There's one further point about the 12-month review. Okay, no problem. You happy with that, Councillor Shetty?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll now put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Okay, the last mayoral minute is in regards to ship-to-shore power at White Bay Cruise Passenger Terminal, and I'm proposing that Council write to Transport for New South Wales seeking an urgent meeting to discuss the implementation of shore-to-ship power at White Bay Cruise Passenger Terminal. Can I just ask that those words are switched around, passenger and cruise? And propose the following. A, the provision of shore-to-ship power at all berths that host cruise ships, including berths 4 and 5, and the mandating of the use of shore-to-ship power by all cruise ships docked at White Bay. So I'll move that way. Is there any discussion? Councillor Stamlis?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Fellow councillors would be aware that this has been a major outstanding issue now for, I think they've been in operation for about 10 years, with pollution, noise, vibrations, overnight stay of ships and that. I don't think council would have approved any other business operations that had this amount of impact on our community. Our council would not have approved it. Of course, our council didn't approve this. It was by state government. It's time to ensure now that the commitment to shore power goes through now. My preference is always, if the business can't operate well with its community, it should have never opened in the first place. In fact, I will be pleased to see the cruise ships go one day and free up our foreshores, because the Sydney foreshores of Sydney Harbour, we're becoming a very mature city. We're opening it up to public access. We're opening up to wider availability of our public enjoyment, greening our foreshores. That would be the preference. But in the meantime, if this is going to stay, it needs to be resolved. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stamos. Councillor Shetty?
Thanks, Mayor. I had a question initially to officers.
Yep.
Has Council received a response to the correspondence that was written to the Minister from the 12th of September Council meeting regarding this issue, seeking timelines on future plans and other information about the cruise terminal?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, no, we haven't received a response to our correspondence.
Thank you. I'll just make a brief contribution. I just want to say thanks, Mayor, for bringing this back. It's obviously an issue that is of great importance to our local community. I must say it is disappointing that we haven't received as a council a response to those to that correspondence with the Minister talking about the timelines and future plans for shorter ship power, the fuel quality standard and the ongoing impact of air and noise pollution on the local community. Obviously, I support this motion. It mirrors what I've been saying publicly for a great amount of time about mandating shorter ship power at White Bay. It is anything, I think it's our responsibility as a council, and anything that the Inner West can do to advocate for improvements at a state level is the right thing to do by the residents. And obviously they shouldn't continue to be subjected to this horrible air pollution. And yeah, it's a very welcome motion, mayoral minute, so thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Shetty. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That concludes the mayoral minutes. We've been going for just on 2 hours. I'm going to propose a 7.5-minute adjournment so that everyone can get a cup of tea. Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We'll resume the meeting at 8:30. I'll ask councillors to resume their seats. It's 8:31. Sorry. I'll resume the meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to move a procedural motion to consider a number of items in globo. The list has been provided to the minute taker for them to display, for you to go through.
Yeah, thank you for that. They've been displayed on the screen, so as is our practice and requirement, I'm just going to go through each of them. If you have an objection to the items being voted on block, then let us know and they'll be removed. Item 3, Haberfield Development Control, that's out. Item 8, Land and Property Policy, that can stay. Item 11, Leichhardt Oval Public Access Post-Trial, all good. Item 16, Minutes of Flood Advisory Committee, can stay. Item 17, Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. Item 19, Investment Report, that's out. Item 22, Mitigating Abandoned Shopping Trolleys. Item 25, Council Assistance to First Nations Families Accessing Early Learning. Item 29, Vilification Laws. Item 30, Electrify Homes.
Item 32 you can put in, Mr. Mayor.
Item
Mr. Mayor,
32
I
is
believe
redundant
that
because it's been incorporated into the Mayoral Minute. Item 36, Naturalising the Cooks River. Item 40, Leichhardt Oval Food and Beverage Service. Item 41, Leichhardt Oval Women's Amenities. Item 42, Leichhardt Oval Access from Mary Street to the Bay Run.
Sorry, can we take that out?
That's removed. Item 43, Action on illegal dumping. Item 45, pedestrian safety at Cardinal Freeman Village. And item 53, insurance obligations. So
Mayor?
it's still 14 items, yes?
By virtue of having item 30 in the en bloc list, item 44, which is the same, should also be declared redundant.
Is item 4 listed on here?
Sorry, item 44.
Sorry, 44?
Which is not in that list, but if we pass item 30, item 44 will not be required.
We'll deal with that when we get to it.
Mayor,
yes.
For in consideration of time, can I offer to add in item 27 to your Globo list?
No, thank you.
Okay, that's a bit rich. She does all the work on getting the Englobo list together. I do want to acknowledge that. It's been a huge effort across the council term. Thank you, Councillor Scott. We all appreciate it, whether it's expressed or not. Okay, is there a seconder for that procedural motion? Seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Okay.
Mayor, I believe Councillor Langford was trying to get your attention for something.
Councillor Langford?
Yeah, I was hoping to have item 22 taken out. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Shetty.
You want to discuss the shopping trolleys?
Mr. Mayor, we've already voted on this list.
No, I don't want to steamroll Councillor Langford in regards to that. She's participating remotely, so I'll recommit the vote removing item 22, which is simple to do. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Okay, that brings us to item 2, delivery program, operational plan and budget.
Mayor, I would like to thank all of the councillors who participated in our budgetary discussion, notably the first real and substantive thing we do at the beginning of the year, and for the ongoing attention to the briefings that we have been given from the end of last year through until this point. I also really like to thank the general managers and the directors for work that they've done in bringing these key documents which will frame what council does for the next year and our long-term financial plan. Further, this couldn't happen without Prue Foreman and Chris Lehman, and we owe them a great debt of gratitude. Thank you, Prue and Chris. What we're going to put before the general public is a pretty exciting program of things that we are going to continue to do to enliven and enrich our community along our 5 key planks that council seeks to operate. We're going to do this and expend $293 million and have a slight deficit. Now, there are people talking about the deficits we have. We have a deficit of 1.4 million, which is less than 0.5% of total expenditure.
Mayor, can I please move a minute extension?
I'll move 2 minutes extension.
2 minutes.
The
That's what I meant to
budget's
say.
the most important thing that will resolve. So Councillor Howard is moving that. I'll second that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Please proceed, Councillor Drury.
Thank you. I think the other exciting thing is that we actually have a plan forward in our draft long-term financial plan to bring ourselves back into surplus, and I thank the officers for working on that. We've got an exciting capital program where we continue to bring about the Greenway. We start work on Leichhardt Park Aquatic Centre, more Main Street revitalisation, a really lovely inclusive playground program, which I think is going to add a lot to a lot of our community. And I thank the officers for taking up that enthusiastically. We're going to renew Balmain Town Hall, finally get Mackie Park, do the amenities that we need at King George, and do the temporary reserve amenities building. So that's a $118 million capital program, and we've discussed how we're getting better at managing those programs and managing to spend that money in the time frame. So I would commend these documents to the community and look forward to their contributions and thoughts on them. You had some thoughts expressed tonight. I'd welcome more thoughts. We've been through the process. Council officers have been through the process. It's now for us to hear what the community thinks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury, and thank you for your dedication and hard work to the development of the budget and many budgets before that as well. Is there any discussion? Councillor De Cruz and then Councillor Stamoulis. Yep.
Yes, I think I won't echo Councillor Drew's eloquent description of the papers, but item 2 includes, but I'll talk about the fees and the charges document because I've paid particular attention to that this year, the first time probably. Item 2 includes 2 very comprehensive documents, the 2024 and 25 draft fees and charges and a changes log. It would assist comprehension of these two documents if it is made clear that a consistent CPI increase of 3.5% has been applied to all fees with exceptions that are outlined in the changes log. In particular, I have been my bonnet about transaction fees and surcharges we are applying. I note that we charge 9% on outstanding rates, 7.5% on credit card transactions, 50 cents on direct debit transactions, and we do not accept senior savers cards. We are proposing a $6.80 Vale payment on direct debit. That it is unclear to me how this fine is recovered or if cash is an option for entry to our pools. I can put that as a question on notice now, or leave that as a comment and leave the community to comment on this.
I'll ask you to conclude your remarks and then I'll let you pose your question.
I'm concluded my remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you want to just restate your question just to make sure the officers understand what's being asked?
Yeah, the question was how we recover the fines on the direct debits.
I'll put that question to the officers.
The $6.80, I'm calling it a fine.
Through your chair, we'll take that question on notice.
Okay. And the other question is whether we have a cash option of the swimming pools.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through your chair, we'll take that question on notice. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Mayor?
Councillor Howard.
I just wanted to briefly thank Yasmin for coming along to speak earlier today, and for Northcote and Yabsley Street residents for continuing to advocate for their local community around the flooding. And just say to Yasmin, I'm truly sorry about the damage that you have incurred. That's just horrific stories that we've heard, and there's been much of it across the inner west with the flooding this past week. I've been working closely with Northcote Street and the Yabsley Street residents actually since the day after we were elected. I've been down there and spent time with them when there has been flooding. I've seen some of the damage myself. I've confirmed with council officers that the design associated with flooding improvements in Yabsley Street is currently in progress, and that construction is scheduled to occur in 24-25. The budget is planned to be $250,000, and that is included in this draft budget. It's worth noting that the projects that are listed and shown in the draft delivery program are generally for projects with budgets greater than $300,000, which is why it does not appear in the budget. And I really just thank the Director of Infrastructure for confirming that so quickly. I think that will give a lot of solace to those residents at Northcote Street and Yabsley Street. So I just really wanted to acknowledge that for Yasmin and for her neighbours.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Stamoulis.
Councillors, one particular chart that appears how we spend your rates and other income per $100, I think it's a very interesting chart because it gives us a feel for where we're directing some of our income. And I might like to point out there that, urban forest gets $2 per 100, urban ecology and sustainability gets $2. So add up our key environmental platforms there, it's $4, and parking and ranger services gets $5. So that's very interesting, isn't it? For a leading environmental council to be spending less on those environment and sustainability issues than we do on our parking management and ranger services. But that's just a quick note for you. And my question is to do with the capex over the forward years. Now, we're spending 118 this financial year, so this is a question to the relevant officer. We're spending 118 this financial year, then we're falling only marginally to 107, but then dropping quite significantly to 71 and 54. So I'd just like to find out what's sort of driving that big fall in capex over the forward years. Thanks.
Thanks for that. I'll put that question to the officers.
Through your chair, for the first 2 years, we've got the LPAC Aquatics project, which is a significant amount to spend. And then in the first year of in 24-25, we've also got the Greenway project, which is about 25 or 28 million on that. So that's the lead drivers for the large capex for the first 2 years. And then As the years go on, we are focusing on making sure that we continue our renewal. So we are maintaining our renewal over the 10-year life cycle, and the budget required in year 4, 55 million is maintaining renewal of our assets.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Stamoulis?
Yes, so basically we're returning to normal, is that correct?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, that's correct. We're returning back to our normal program of renewals. There's no new or expansion projects planned for after beyond year 4.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Atkins?
One quick question. Can I ask through you, Chair, whether the changes log for fees and charges is published with the other documents for exhibition?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, we traditionally don't publish the changes log, but for this financial year, we can, for this exhibition period, we can look to include that as well.
So, this is a question for the Chair, I suppose. Are you saying I don't need to move an amendment to have it included?
No, I do think you need to move an amendment, and it seems like a good idea.
Okay, I did give some words along those lines to the... Just mainly because of the, there are some major changes to some of the fees, and I think it's good if it was hard enough for us to follow, so...
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply.
Yeah, look, I thank councillors for your engagement in relation to this matter. In relation to the stormwater, one of our big problems, as we know, is that the state government will not allow us to increase the stormwater levy. And one day they will come to their senses and allow us to increase that. The stormwater levy and stormwater works are not sexy. They're not a sort of thing that people rush out and think, yes, we should spend more money. But after every heavy downpour, diligent councillors are asked to come and look at flooded backyards and homes, and we need to do better in relation to that. And we do have those big flood management plans, which will cost a considerable amount of money to mitigate. And I do hope that we do shortly get some more assistance from the state government in relation to that. As it goes to the question of how much money we're spending on matters ecological, I actually think our biggest expenditure on matters ecological is, in fact, our resources recovery. How we deal with waste is most fundamental and the most fundamental thing that local government can do and contribute to an improved environment. The other thing I'd like to point out is I am bloody pleased that we have maintained a very high renewal of infrastructure of assets. That is something that when we started off, the Inner West Council, we did not have. Now it is an established practice, it is unquestioned, and it is something that I'm proud of, and we should go forward because we know these assets, we need to put money aside to replace them. I urge everyone to support the resolution.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury. I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mayor, I'll move a amended motion for item 3.
Please proceed.
Okay, yep. So the lot 140A of Hawthorn Parade, owned by Defence, is an excellent opportunity for public housing and currently being public land, with the exception of, I believe, 4 lots. It's an opportunity that we should look to take. The elected councillors, us, and the state government must take every opportunity to engage with our federal colleagues to secure that at least the remaining land is used for public housing. I believe any talk of the sale of this land being a done deal is nonsense. The land is not contributory to the HCA, and I don't see how any 21st century development could result in these lots being contributory. If the site is appropriate for private development, it must also be appropriate for public development. There's a requirement for there's a ambition for 50% green space target for the site, and this is something to be applauded. But keeping this in public hands and developing public housing actually makes this more achievable than, say, working with a private developer. My motion asks us to oppose privatisation of public land and to implore the New South Wales and federal governments to act on this opportunity and do all it can to assist them. Just earlier tonight, I was contacted by National Shelter, who offered to assist in our advocacy to oppose privatisation and to call for public land on this site. And I'll note that the chair of National Shelter was in attendance of the council meeting earlier today. So we have assistance to help us on this journey. I commend the motion to the council.
Thanks very much, Councillor Griffiths.
Sorry, this is a typo as well. It's that council defer consideration of the amendments and defer with a lowercase. Thanks.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
There is.
Do you wish to speak to it?
No, just to echo what Councillor Griffiths has said and make the point that public land should be used for public housing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Howard?
I just have some questions, if that's okay.
Yep.
Just so I'm really clear on the status of this land. So if I could ask through you, Chair, the staff. So what is the current status of the ownership of the lots and the subdivision of the lots in question?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through the Chair, the current ownership of the land is the Federal Department of Defence, who has a current DA, a DA that's been approved in 2001.
Okay, if I can ask a second question through you, Chair. Is it correct that there are private owners for 4 of the lots, though?
Put that question to the officers.
There has been previous options for a number of land owners, and they have been leased.
Through you, if I could, Chair,
Sure.
there are options on some of the land, which was conducted not long after the land was made available for public sale. But because the subdivision hasn't been completed and registered with land titles, what the land has not actually changed hands yet. The construction certificate's been completed. The construction of the subdivision works is nearing completion or has recently been completed, and the occupation certificate is imminent. That's one of the reasons why the Haberfield DCP has some priority, because once the occupation certificate is completed and the land titling is adjusted accordingly, it then enables those properties to change hands with those who have had a successful option on the land.
Okay, sorry, and my third question is to Councillor Griffiths in genuine good faith question here, not a trick question. So if there were to be legal proceedings following this, given that there have been some options on some of the lots or a compulsory acquisition was required, I'm not across what that would be. Like, who do you think that should be the responsibility of council in this instance?
I'll put that question to Councillor Griffiths.
I think I would largely need to take that on notice.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
May I ask some clarifying questions as well, through you again to the Director of Planning? Could you just clarify for me, please, Director, if my understanding is correct, that the land was subdivided into 21 lots by Ashfield Council in 2001. All of those lots went to auction. They were all sold. 17 of the options were rescinded, but 4 private people still have a claim to ownership over 4 lots in that subdivision. That's correct.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, that is my understanding.
Thank you. And this is a question, perhaps it is for the General Counsel. could the General Counsel outline to us what the legal options would be for resuming ownership of the 4 lots in that subdivision that are owned privately currently?
I'll put that question to the General Counsel.
If you could, we'll take that on notice.
Councillor Lockie.
Sorry, had you finished, or would you? Happy to wait.
I'll put that question to the General Counsel.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take that on notice.
Well, you already heard that. You didn't need to come out for that. But he's here for any subsequent questions that relate to him.
Right.
Councillor Lockie.
Yeah, probably questions along the same vein, because I do really want to support this. Like, I do believe in the principle of public land being should be for public benefit. Just want to understand, we heard from the Director Planning that because some of the occupation certificates may soon be issued for, and look, correct me if I've got this wrong, for those 4 properties that have the, okay, I can see you shaking your head, so I might just go back to the simpler question I was going to ask with, what would be the practical impact of us passing this tonight rather than the recommendation that's on the books?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, once the occupation certificate is finalised, the lands can then be subdivided by title. It means that those people who, once the ownership once contracts are exchanged and settled, those properties will be in private ownership and they will be able to lodge development applications. They will not have a development control plan that has been endorsed by the council. So we will be relying only on our LEP controls, and we'll only have reference to these that are in draft but haven't been endorsed.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor De Cruz.
So by implementing the DCP tonight, we are actually not precluding point 3. Can we do both?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Sorry, through you to the office.
Through you, Chair, I don't see that these 2 issues would be in conflict, but if you endorse the DCP, we will have controls that we can use in the event that the sales proceed and development applications are lodged. And if I might add, which was an oversight in answering the earlier question to you, Councillor Lockie, if we don't address the issue of a DCP, we actually have no controls for new dwellings in Haberfield.
Am I able to ask another question?
Yep, you are.
So just to be crystal clear about that, if point 1 were to be amended to say that council endorse the amendments to, so we have that active DCP, we could also advocate against the privatisation of the land, but to what end? And then we could also advocate with National Shelter to make the land available for public housing.
Put that question to the officers.
Ownership is not under our control.
Through you, if I could, Chair, I don't see any problem with that.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm just going to speak briefly to the issue. Unfortunately, Councillor Griffiths is about 20 years late. Not his fault. He was only in primary school at the time that this matter was determined. But we're all aware of the complex web of arrangements around this land, but it was Army land that has a development consent for private development on the site. I have personally explored the possibility of whether it could have been converted to public housing and whether it could have been zoned in a different way. There is a very clear policy within the Defence Department about how assets are to be disposed of. There's strict probity requirements around it. And to put it bluntly, there's no opportunity for the Prime Minister, even in his own electorate, to say, this land that was actually dealt with in an appropriate way 20 years ago, I will now resume because I'd like the public housing to be in my electorate. That would be in contravention of defence policy. And there's a development, I've forgotten what year it was, but the early 2000s, when there was a development consent given for the development of this land. So I know Councillor Griffiths, with his time sadly winding down on the Inner West Council, would be keen to latch on to a quick win, but this is not it. And so I think it's sensible just to proceed with the and with great respect to Sydney Yimby, who have also been involved in this particular issue for about 5 minutes. It's not that easy to do, and it's not achievable. So I would suggest instead that we just proceed with the regulations and the decisions that need to be made tonight so that some housing can be delivered on the land, as opposed to chasing after the conversion of the land to public housing, which would require a nationalisation process that's not going to occur. Councillor Drury.
I rise to support you, Mayor, in what you are saying here. I think we all know that we do want more public and affordable housing in our community. And I think later tonight, we've got an opportunity to look at a really great plan and a great way forward in relation to that. I think it makes sense when we're looking to have public housing and affordable housing is to pick our mark. This matter has been fought over and dealt with for 2 decades. I've been involved for a large part of those debates and discussions with the Commonwealth, with the Department of Planning, with the Minister, with the Member for Grayndler. We have not been able to secure it for anything more than this. And I believe let's crack on, let's get this done, let's get the 20 houses in, and then let's devote our efforts and energies in terms of affordable housing to things where we can win, where we can move forward. And we've got a great opportunity later tonight to actually do that.
I'll note that it's now 9:05.
Sorry, I just had a question,
Mr. Mayor.
Just with great respect, if you could stop interjecting. It's 9:05 and we're up to item 3 on the agenda. So our chances, if we don't start to expedite things, of getting through the agenda are pretty small. We've got a great record in this term of council. Thanks largely to Councillor Scott's efforts of getting through all of the business on the agenda. I think it's only twice that we've had to reconvene a meeting. So I'm going to ask for everyone's cooperation in moving things along a bit more quickly.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the officer's recommendations as a foreshadowed motion. I have contributed to the advocacy about the Army land for public housing as well. I was on the record in the Sydney Morning Herald in January as holding that position. I recognise that this is a done deal, unfortunate though it may be.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the foreshadowed motion? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. So we won't debate that now. We'll consider the foreshadowed motion if the primary motion is defeated. If there's no further discussion, I'll go to I've got Councillor Stamoulis.
Mr. Mayor, I'd feel more comfortable with the Griffith-Atkins motion if concurrently we held public consultation about that as well. So if you're happy to accept that as an amendment to it.
Councillor Stamoulis is proposing an amendment to the primary motion to concurrently conduct public consultation with the deferral.
About the proposal, yeah.
Sounds like a
Sure, absolutely.
Sounds like a process for no housing being built there for a long time. So I'll ask Councillor Griffiths has agreed to incorporating the delay motion into the amendment into the motion. So I'll ask Councillor Stamoulis to liaise with the minute takers If there's no further discussion, I'll go back to Councillor Griffiths to explain his preference for no housing being built.
I did have a question, Mayor, if that's okay.
No, all good. Sorry.
Just to the Director of Planning, if a DCP was adopted, what impact would that have on the feasibility of affordable public housing being built, the affordability of building public housing on the site? For instance, would there be an increased cost?
Put that to the council officers.
The DCP, through you, Chair, the DCP sets...
Bring the microphone forward a bit, you don't have
to be so short. The Development Control Plan sets controls around the form of housing that is expected in the Haberfield estate. It doesn't. It does envisage architectural or bespoke rather than a project home approach, but it bears no outcome on whether or not public housing is provided in terms of the ownership or the developer. It talks only about the form.
Thank you for that. Councillor Griffiths, your right of reply.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I don't buy that it's a done deal, and I also don't buy that with intervention from our federal representatives, including the member for Grainler, that this would not be an achievable outcome. In terms of the lots which are already purchased, well, I would hope that Defence would, or the government, would reconsider the opportunity to purchase back and approach that as an option to make the entire lot available for public housing. I do think the key principle here is that, well, council should not be waving a green flag to the privatisation of public land, and we should be doing all we can to make sure that public housing is built. In that rare case where we have a lot in the inner west, where so many residents are on the public housing waiting list or doing it tough through the rental crisis, to miss this opportunity. And Mayor, like I need to address the idea that it's about me or a quick win. Well, it's not about me or the rest of my term. Well, this just seems like a clear opportunity for us to try and get some public housing on public land over in Haberfield. What a great place for public housing that would be. Prime for it, in my opinion. So I'm pursuing this motion as is with the 4 points, and the reason I'm not moving on point 1 is because of what we just outlined, a condition to have architectural bespoke development on the site. And if we were to pursue this and be serious about our attempts to have public housing on that land, I think we'll do everything we can to make that more feasible. Because at the end of the day, having a shelter for someone is better than making sure that we spend a lot of money on architecture.
Thank you for that. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That has been defeated. We'll now consider the foreshadowed motion, which is the officer's recommendation. Councillor Scott, did you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
That's waived. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? In favour, please raise your hands. That is unanimous, I believe. All those against? No, that's been carried unanimously. Next item.
Mr. Mayor.
Item 4.
I would like to move.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amended version of the Good Neighbour policy, which has been provided to the minute takers.
I'll ask that is displayed on the screen. Councillor Scott, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you. I will explain the amendments. I will make no further substantive speeches. The purpose of the Good Neighbour policy is to support businesses in our local area by providing them with the assurance that this council supports the coexistence of residential and commercial activity, and that our primary goal is to keep premises open and operating wherever possible. I have provided an amendment which is shown in marked up version on the screen that is before you. The underlined text is new in the policy, the struck through text is removed. This amendment seeks to vary the purpose as shown above so as to restate that purpose, that council takes a balanced approach to the coexistence of residents and businesses and seeks to keep premises operating wherever possible, that we identify the role of stakeholders, residents, businesses, council and the police in managing sound and activity in an urban environment rather than focusing on noise disturbance complaints. That in the section marked 6.1, steps to take before before lodging a formal complaint, that we remove reference to encouraging venues to hire further private security. That in 6.2, we add as a further paragraph that if in the course of resolving a sound and activity management matter, council officers become aware of other compliance issues, the premises should be supported to keep operating as normal with a view to a coordinated response in resolving all matters simultaneously. And that we replace all references in the policy to noise disturbance, complaints or complaint handling with language that references sound and activity management. And I note that the Director Planning has delegated authority under Clause 8 of the policy to make administrative changes to the policy that would make this language grammatically consistent and readable.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder for that motion? If not, I will second that. Very happy to support it. And thank you for your work. I think that's really well done. Any discussion? Yep. Councillor Stamoulis?
Mr Mayor, I won't be supporting the motion. I think the policy as written, I think covers it fully and gives that balance between the concerns of the community, which this seems to be moving away from, very, very far away from. The concerns of the community need to be balanced with the concerns of businesses. We usually find it 98% of the times that it's managed very, very well throughout our community, and we deal with those other issues as they arise. I see the balance changing fundamentally during the course of this council. So I would like to foreshadow, if this is not successful, the officer's motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stamoulis is proposing a foreshadowed motion, which will be dealt with if the primary motion is defeated. There's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor...
Sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, sorry, I had my hand up.
Yep, Councillor Shetty.
Thanks. Just a question through you, Chair, to Councillor Scott. What is the logic behind removing the requirement to place security in areas with loud patrons?
I'll put that question to Councillor Scott.
I'll make just a note that it's not a requirement in the policy that venues hire additional private security. It's a suggestion that they might do so, but I do not think that we should encourage venues to solve their problems by hiring further security guards to resolve problems that should be resolved by a phone call to the neighbour upstairs instead.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Shetty.
If I can, yeah, thank you. Sorry about the delay. If I could just make a brief contribution, I do share Councillor Stamoulis' concerns about this tipping the balance in favour of businesses at the detriment of local communities. I think it's obvious that we want to support local businesses, the live music industry and the creative industries, and I think Council's been doing some commendable work on that front. But we also need to acknowledge that sometimes there are disputes, that sometimes business activities change to the degree that they do create quite significant noise disturbances for people that have never encountered such a thing before. And I know in my time during the council term that I've been contacted by residents on several issues where with different businesses in different locations where they have had good relationships with some businesses for a period of time where they've been able to negotiate with them, speak directly with them and get things resolved directly in a really positive way, but that sometimes those negotiations and discussions break down and they do need somebody in the council to be able to look at the issues in an objective way and make sure that there's something that's done to make sure that businesses can keep running, but for example, they might not be able to play really loud dance music at 3 o'clock in the morning if that's something that they hadn't done for 2 decades prior, or that if the music got to the level where it was seriously disruptive and that hadn't been an issue in the past, that that would be something that council officers would be happy to try and resolve in a balanced way, where they're not just looking to maximise sort of the business, the business's interests above all else. So yeah, I just want to note too that the word placing security to me sounds like they just want to relocate existing security to areas where they might be able to help manage louder patrons if they've had a bit to drink and it's getting late into the night, which I don't think would necessarily be a problem. But I do have concerns about this change and think that the way that council officers have handled the Good Neighbour policy to date has been a really positive and balanced approach.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll just speak briefly to the item. I do want to thank Councillor Scott for her diligent work in expanding the Good Neighbour policy. The Good Neighbour policy came about after the Annandale Hotel, perhaps Sydney's most famous live music venue, went under because of an ongoing, well, in part because of an ongoing legal dispute with council, which did involve council seeking to impose security guards being required out the front of the venue. It involved ongoing legal action, and the Good Neighbour policy was established. I was the initiator of it, to say that there's got to be a better approach than being that legalistic and forcing long-standing cultural venues to shut down through very expensive compliance action. And what Councillor Scott has initiated is an expansion of that policy to more broadly institute that principle, that we try and get people together over a coffee to discuss an issue rather than sending in the rangers or sending in the lawyers. And I note that Councillor Scott and I discussed this. There were a couple of different incidents during this term of council in which local businesses had a single complaint against them about noise, and then there were further issues that were identified through that complaint that resulted in them being issued with letters explaining that their business might have to cease. One of them was the Persian restaurant in Balmain, Sadaf's barbecue, Persian barbecue, which I can highly recommend and is really, really cheap and delicious. And Councillor Shetty was very outspoken about the council being too heavy-handed on that issue. And then not long after that, there was a cafe in Lilyfield or Leichhardt. And in fact, Councillor Shetty said at the time, it's very disappointing council shut down a business in Balmain and the community rallied to push the council to change. Now another closure. I'll take it up directly with the council. So Councillor Shetty is campaigning to say that the council's been too heavy-handed. I just seek an extension of time.
Extension of 2 minutes.
Extension of 2 minutes moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Campaigning to say that the council's been too heavy-handed, but when other councillors do a diligent job of going and developing a policy to make sure that doesn't happen, says, oh no, the council's been too light in the regulation.
Point of order, Mayor. You're misrepresenting my position entirely.
I'll rule that I'm not misrepresenting it, notwithstanding the fact that that is the same point of order that you move any time someone disagrees with you.
Yeah, you tend to misrepresent.
I'll ask you to desist from interjecting, Councillor Shetty. Not every time that someone disagrees with you constitutes you being misrepresented. So I've just quoted from Councillor Shetty's objection to the way a cafe was being dealt with. So we're instituting a policy that says, no, we don't want to shut businesses down. We're going to require that when people complain about a local cafe or a restaurant or a music venue, that they have to come and sit down with the venue operator and discuss it with them, and that we're not going to use public resources to shut that venue down before that mitigation process has been worked through. And it's frustrating that when you've got councillors like Councillor Scott doing the hard policy work to make sure we've got a Good Neighbour policy that works, that other people are walking both sides of the street. I'll leave it there. Councillor Scott, did you have a right of reply?
Speaking up for live music venues and fewer private security guards is a role that I'm really proud to take, and one that I'm absolutely astonished that a Greens councillor and Greens state member of parliament is not willing to support.
Did not say that I wasn't supporting.
I'll ask you to desist from interjecting, Councillor Shetty. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the Scott Byrne motion, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Griffiths, Lockie, Drury, Sardulius, Smith, Howard, Scott, D'Arienzo, and myself, and Councillor Shetty in support now. Excellent. There you go. And Councillor Langford, are you in support or against? Against. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, we have Councillors Stamoulis and Langford. That has been carried. Next item. That brings us to the important...
Mr. Mayor, can I please move an amended version of item 5?
Yes, sorry, I was getting lost there for a second.
We're back on track.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I thank the staff for the diligent work they've done for putting together the master plan. I thank Friends of Iron Cove Creek for having spoken up for this plan for a number of years and at a number of council meetings, and also to Ashfield Ward councillors Jess D'Arienzo and Mark Drury, who have done some impressive advocacy to bring this to fruition, and to Councillor Drury in particular for helping me to identify an additional budget that will help us to move this along quickly and without the delays associated with the Greenway. I propose that Council endorse the master plan, endorse the preparation of grant funding submissions, but also that we find some money in our own budget to begin the immediate design work on the Iron Cove Creek walk and cycleway in this year's budget.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. You wish to speak to it? No, that's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That brings us to item
Chair.
6, establishing an alcohol-free zone in Loyalty Square, Balmain. I'll move that recommendation. I'll speak briefly to it. I thank the officers for the statutory consultation and engagement that's been undertaken to develop this proposal. I want to strongly encourage all relevant authorities, including the New South Wales Police, to implement and monitor and enforce the alcohol-free zone as soon as possible. I've spent a lot of time in Loyalty Square, Balmain, across my lifetime. There's always been a very eclectic mix of people in that place. I grew up having lots of people there who were residing in Callan Park when it was a mental asylum, but who had day leave and would spend time on Darling Street in Balmain. That's always been part of the social mix, but it is clear to me, both from my conversations with local residents and from my own experience in attending Loyalty Square, that there is a problem that's ramped up in terms of antisocial behaviour and alcohol consumption in the square during the daytime, that's leading to unnecessary and uncomfortable social situations and police needing to come to the site quite frequently. I welcome the fact that this is proposed as a 1-year alcohol-free zone and that it can be reviewed after that time, but I also want to restate that I have requested of the General Manager that he liaise directly with the Police Commander to ensure that we get this implemented quickly and that there's actually patrols to enforce it so that we can return to Loyalty Square being a welcoming place for everybody. Councillor Stamoulis? I know that in your eye. Oh, thanks. Seen it over many years.
Look. Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors, I would like to set some controls around this if possible, and that is, first of all, I think we need to ensure that it's administered fairly within the community. So I'm suggesting here that we make an addition that we receive a report back within 3 months. I'd just like to make sure that this is working in the interest of residents and in the interest of those people that we know on a face-to-face basis as we go into Woolies every day. We know these people, and I just want to make sure that we do see this is quite a significant change, and it can at times infringe on people's rights. So we want to make sure that it's balanced very well and operating well in the interests of everyone there. So I'm wondering whether you'd be happy, Mr. Mayor, that we receive a report back within 3 months. Obviously, that would be our council staff or General Manager engaging with the police and just getting a quick report back within 3 months. Thanks.
All right. Yeah. Okay, so that's incorporated 6 months rather than 3. I think that's a sensible thing to do. Any further discussion?
Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. I just had one further amendment. If the minute takers could display it on the screen, it will now be an additional point. Noting all of the concerns that have been raised and that I share them, I think we've all got valid concerns that sometimes alcohol-free zones don't actually solve the problem and just seek to cause further division between those that are already struggling. So the 1 year trial is welcome. I just want to suggest that Council, in consultation with Woolworths, investigate looking at things to sort of redesign or undertake other placemaking interventions for that public space surrounding the memorial. I think I just want to be really clear, I'm not suggesting anything that would be that kind of hard and aggressive landscaping that puts people off from sitting in the area, but just that there might be possibilities to maybe trim the tree to increase passive surveillance, to shift some of the furniture around or install new furniture in such a way that it might promote community pride in that area, make it more usable for a wider group of people and perhaps discourage antisocial behaviour as a result. And I think that would be worth investigating as part of what we're trying to undertake more broadly in that area to improve the situation.
Happy to incorporate that into the primary motion.
Thank you.
There's no further discussion. I'll waive my right of reply. Received a message from a non-Balmain ward councillor that Balmain ward councillors talk too much, so I won't talk any further. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Sorry, I need a seconder for the motion. I'll second it. You happy to? Yeah. Okay. I'll put that, seconded by Councillor Drury. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair, may I move item 7? Sorry.
Yes, you may. And Councillor Deputy Mayor, can I ask you to take the chair for a moment while I just step out for a minute? Thank you very much.
I'll move item 7 with an amendment that's been provided to the minute taker, which I'd request would be displayed on screen. Just fully support the policy. Thank you to staff for putting this together. I'm particularly excited about the 100% fee waiver for creative hire of our town halls, which is obviously a massive project that Council's been working on. The amendment that I'm proposing, which is not yet on the screen, but it is simply, thank you, is simply to take on board a very sensible suggestion that was put forward by a member of the public during the public exhibition process, which was to make it easier for hirers of our venues to collect and drop off the keys. I think investigating the option of lockboxes, or at least ensuring that the key for the venue is provided at the nearest council facility, is eminently sensible. And while I appreciate it's not necessarily core business to this policy, I think we should implement it. So that is my motion. Is there a second?
I second your motion, Deputy Mayor. Waive my right to speak.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor De Cruz. Councillor De Cruz, could you put your microphone on, please?
So how do credit card and fees and direct debit charges apply to bonds and key deposits?
To the officers?
Through you, Chair, I'll have to take that on notice.
And also, and how do they apply to the refund so that you get any surcharges back, or whether you hold the card? You take that on notice?
Yes, I will. Thank
you. And the third question is about booking. How do people book a venue?
Through you, Chair, the current Optimo booking system online is how we book, is how the public book the venues.
Right.
Okay. Were there any further remarks? Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillors don't seem to get much information on utilisation of these resources, nor the revenue that we make. Utilisation is more important than the revenue, of course, because a lot of it's given over for community purposes. But we don't seem to get that information. Is there any way that councillors, could I pose this question, Deputy Mayor? Is there any way that councillors could get information on a more regular basis about the utilisation of important community resources. Can I pose that to the...
I'll put that question to the relevant officer.
Through you, Chair. Yes, a report can be tabled to Council potentially biannually on the utilisation of those venues.
Yeah, your microphone's not on, Councillor Stamoulis. Yes, you may.
Thank you. Yep.
Has the wording of the amendment been provided?
Kelly's providing it right now. Thanks.
Would you like to speak to it?
The Director of Corporate Services should be referred to by her title and not her first name. That's quite disrespectful.
The director is, apologies.
Thank you.
Councillor
And
Scott.
also, councillors should provide their amendments in writing beforehand.
I agree. Councillor Stamoulis, while we're waiting, would you like to speak to your amendment?
That's fine. Thank you.
I'm happy to incorporate that amendment. Any further discussion? If not, I'll waive my right to reply and put that to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Deputy Mayor?
Councillor Howard.
I would just like to move item 9 with some amendment, as has been flagged earlier. I want to thank Councillor Stevens, who brought this initiative to the council at the end of last year. I think the Great Inner West Walk will be an excellent way to promote walking and active transport, to bring more visitors to our communities, and to help create an even greater sense of place and belonging in the Inner West. Early this year, my 15-year-old son and I went for a long walk. We walked from Mayoral to Manly. It took us about 8.5 hours. And it was a great way for us to get off our phones, to connect with one another. You know, we got to see some spectacular parts of the city that we wouldn't usually see. And a lot of it followed the Bondi to Manly walk, which is a really great initiative. We've got lots of councils working together. Some of that is new infrastructure, creating new connections. Some of it is walking on local streets. None of it is more or less interesting for those things. And I think part of it is looking at the best way to utilise the existing infrastructure and connections we have with wayfinding, etc. So I think there's really some exciting opportunities for us. And that is kind of laid out and captured in this report. And I thank staff for their work to pull it together so quickly. The amendment, just to be really quick, so it really is just to convene a stakeholder meeting with external community active transport, pedestrian environmental groups, and Council's Transport Advisory Committee, the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, and the Environment Advisory Committee for their input, so that we can get some input from our local democracy groups and key stakeholders that are working in active transport. I want to suggest that we convene an internal project control group that combines key staff from traffic, transport, environment, and communities directorates to manage and design the implementation of the walk. And finally, that we take the allocation of funding that's there and just amend it slightly to say that the allocation will be there in the 24-25 budget planning process to fund studies and design work for the walk. But what I'm suggesting is that we give ourselves a little more leeway after doing some of that initial consultation. Maybe we don't need to work with a consultant. Maybe we can get some of this work done in a different way. So I just want to give us a bit more flexibility.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Councillor D'Arienzo. Would you like to speak to it? Is there any further discussion on that motion? If not, I'll put item 9. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Deputy.
Councillor D'Arienzo.
If I could please move an amendment to item 10.
You may. Please proceed.
Thanks very much. I recommend that Council defer consideration of the matter pending the preparation of a further report on this matter, including a full transport replacement plan. We've got the impending closure of the Bankstown line between Sydenham and Bankstown for at least a 12-month period, and it's clear that this needs to be really carefully managed. What we need from Transport for New South Wales is the full plan for options during the shutdown period. It needs to include buses, bike lanes and e-scooters. And I feel that the issue is actually much bigger than just the e-scooter trial alone. For that reason, I propose that we defer the matter until we have a comprehensive
temporary transport plan from Transport for New South Wales to assess the options holistically. Transport for New South Wales needs to do better here than they did with the Rozelle interchange. Quite frankly, we can't afford another debacle. This report contemplates only one component of the overall plan, and we would be better positioned to make a decision when we have an understanding of the full temporary transport plan for our community members.
Thank you, Councillor D'Arienzo. Is there a seconder?
No second?
Yes, would you like to speak to it, Councillor Lockie?
I will. And Councillor D'Arienzo, with your agreement, I'd also like to suggest a few extra words on the end, where it says to be provided to the council at the May 2024 meeting, with councillors to be briefed ahead of that meeting.
Incorporated.
Yeah, look, I thank you for bringing this deferral forward. I think, like you, I really want to support something like this. More active transport is something we desperately need. Easier, better active transport is something we desperately need in the inner west. But I just feel like I don't have enough information at this stage to be able to make a decision on the e-scooter trial, particularly given there are a couple of options that have been potentially up for consideration, and I'd like to understand more about the implications of each of those options. I also think you make an excellent point in terms of we need to understand the full transport plan, replacement plan here, because while e-scooters could potentially be a very good addition to our active transport mix, we also desperately need better infrastructure for people walking, for people riding, particularly over those distances that are likely to be impacted here. And the reality is, generally speaking, when we make improvements to infrastructure, even if it's on a temporary pop-up style basis that is beneficial for pedestrians and cyclists, we also tend to make infrastructure that's better for things like e-scooters as well. So I really think we would benefit from having that full plan presented to us and being able to have a little bit more time for discussion and consideration before we are making a decision on something like this, particularly as, you know, these things can be contentious with the community, and I'd like to be really ready to bring them on with us on this as one of their elected representatives. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lockie. Is there further discussion? Councillor, I think we had Councillor Langford first, then Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you. Yes, I support the deferral very much, and I agree with all the points that have been raised by Councillor D'Arienzo and Councillor Lockie, and thank you for raising them. I had put some amendments through to the minute takers earlier, and I'll ask if they could also be displayed. Point 1 could certainly be removed, which was also suggesting deferral of the trial. I had also suggested that to allow time for community consultation and more detailed investigation, and for a report to come back to the June meeting, but May is fantastic. One of the points that's been really strongly raised from community is a lack of community consultation, and so I would kind of really like to see staff come back with something that ensures that if we are introducing a new mode of transport, that we do consult with the community. I have also requested that the trial go via the traffic committee, because I believe that that is best practice, that they should actually be involved in that process, and also that we write to Transport for New South Wales to request a copy of that 2024 temporary transport plan, because we're looking at shutdown occurring in July, which is literally around the corner, and it feels like we're really on the back foot, and we want to ensure that whatever we implement is safe and well thought through and not rushed. And I agree, it's really important to have the overall plan. Our current cycleways just aren't adequate to deal with what we have, and it would be great to see some additional funding, you know, to actually include maybe some pop-up cycleways. Who knows? But I'm looking forward to more thoughts
from staff around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor D'Arienzo, are those amendments incorporated?
No, they're not. And the reason is this. Number one, in my view, proposes a particular course of action that I don't think I don't think should be considered at tonight's meeting, considering we're putting forward a proposal for deferral. And the second one, I think, is redundant because it is the substance of my motion.
So those amendments are not incorporated. Is there a seconder for Councillor Langford's amendment? Councillor De Cruz, would you like to speak to it? Is there any further discussion on the Langford-De Cruz amendment?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, I just want to speak briefly against the amendment, just to confirm what Councillor D'Arienzo has referred to, which is that, with great respect, Councillor Langford is proposing an alternate pathway for consideration of a proposed trial that the primary motion seeks to defer to a full councillor briefing and then a council report. And I don't think that that's a decision that we can make now. The Traffic Committee is also not a forum on which all councillors are present. And this is such a critical item that I really strongly believe that the councillor briefing followed by a councillor report is the way that we should manage this significant matter. And as Councillor D'Arienzo said, the second point would be redundant if we were to receive a report in May. So with great respect to Councillor Langford, who I understand is proposing something that she feels strongly about, I believe Councillor D'Arienzo's motion is stronger itself.
Thank you for that. So are we up to debating the amendment?
Yes.
We've already just concluded
We've concluded remarks. We need to vote on it. She does have her
I think there's an argument to say that the amendment is a foreshadowed motion. That is, it is substantively different to the primary motion. So I might ask for advice from the council office. I mean, it's a 50-50 call, I guess, but it doesn't make a great deal of difference, but I'll ask for advice from the council officers about that.
Mr. Mayor, while the council officers are thinking about that, may I make a suggestion in the spirit of collaboration? I'm not 100% sure whether Councillor Langford wishes to pursue this, having heard from Councillor D'Arienzo about her motion. Could we clarify whether Councillor Langford might consider withdrawing her amendment?
Okay. It's a very clever point of order. Councillor Langford, do you wish to withdraw your amendment or foreshadowed motion?
I guess my main concern is about...
It's a yes or no question, I'm afraid. Do you wish to withdraw it?
No.
No. Okay. I'll just seek advice from council officers about whether this is an amendment or a foreshadowed motion.
I would say that it is substantially different and as such should be moved as a foreshadowed motion.
Okay. So we've got the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Langford and Councillor De Cruz that we're not debating now, but we'll return to debate of the primary motion.
Yeah.
Councillor Griffiths, do you have a helmet as part of this discussion?
No, and I hope I don't need one. I think e-scooters should only be a small part of a much larger alternative transport plan, which has not been forthcoming from Transport for New South Wales, and I think deferral is a good way to go. We want to see a substantial plan from Transport New South Wales that includes buses, includes extra trains on the adjacent lines for T2 and T4 lines, and making sure that there are accessible options. The fact is that e-scooters are not a silver bullet. I don't think anyone's seriously suggesting that they are the plan, and I'm sure there's something in the works, but e-scooters aren't available. Not everyone's going to be keen on e-scooters, and e-scooters aren't going to be appropriate for all types of travel, especially if you have things with you as well. I really agree with a lot of the comments made, and I have a few amendments to, I'm hoping, add some actions to those, and I'm hoping they can be incorporated, either one of them or both of them. One of them speaks to active transport funding, because I think that it's an important opportunity to get people on a bike or, potentially on an e-scooter for a longer term. And the way to make that happen is to install active transport infrastructure and pedestrian safety infrastructure. And I think we saw great examples of that from City of Sydney during COVID with the pop-up cycleways. So I'm hoping we can actually do some advocacy around that point. And the second one is, well, when I look at the trial catchment area, and I do ask for an extension of time, if someone can move that.
Moved by Councillor Atkins, seconded by myself. 1 minute extension of time. All those in favour or against, declare that carried. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. When I look at the catchment area, I was quite concerned that concentrating it all on the Cooks River path and directing it all to Tempe Station and removing Petersham Station, Sydenham Station, Newtown Station from potential connections to the closed stations of Dulwich Hill and Marrickville. Well, one, it's less direct, and two, it's more concentrated. And I think those two factors would mean a much smaller uptake of a trial area. So when I hope to see this come back to council with some more assistance from Transport New South Wales and those other measures in place. But I really do think that it should look to connect the people of Dulwich Hill and Marrickville up to the T2 and T4 lines, not just Tempe Station.
Mayor?
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, sorry, who was that? Councillor Langford.
Justine.
Yeah.
Councillor Langford. Just a point, a procedural point, as I believe that my amendment has become a foreshadowed motion. It still says amendment on the screen. Given that it's become a foreshadowed motion, I would like to request that the original 3 points be included in that. When I thought it was an amended motion, an amendment, I suggested that.
You're not able to speak to the foreshadowed motion now, Councillor Langford. You'll be able to speak to it if the primary motion is defeated.
It's just that if it's a foreshadowed motion, one of the points is missing from it that I submitted.
Yep, and you'll be able to speak to that and detail it when we get to that if the primary motion is defeated.
Mr. Mayor, can I move that this motion be put, please? We've heard from many speakers. I'm not sure where we are in rights of reply, etc., but could we get there and vote?
I think we've certainly had 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against. So Councillor Scott is moving that the motion be put.
Well, point of order, my amendments need to be settled.
That's true. So we've got an amendment from Councillor Griffiths, which has already been tabled and which must be addressed prior to the primary motion being put. Is there a seconder for the Griffiths amendments? Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it? Okay. So if there's no further speakers, I'll put the Griffiths amendment. I'll do that now. I'll put the Griffiths-Atkins amendments. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Griffiths and Langford and Shetty. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Stamoulis, Lockie, Drury, Sardulius, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Scott, Councillor D'Arienzo and myself. That has been defeated. We'll return to the primary motion. Councillor Scott is moving that the motion be put. So we'll now vote directly on that. All those in favour of the motion that the motion be put, please raise your hands. In support, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All those against? Sorry, I have Councillor Shetty and Councillor Stamoulis are against. Everybody else is in favour. That has been carried. So we'll now deal with the primary motion, moved by Councillor D'Arienzo, seconded by Councillor Lockie. If that's defeated, we'll then consider the foreshadowed motion. All those in favour of the D'Arienzo-Lockie motion, please raise your hands. In support, I believe it is unanimous. That has been unanimously adopted. That's been carried.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Can I please move an amended version of item 12, the Main Street Revitalisation Fund?
Please do. Councillor Scott.
Thank
Can
you.
someone let Councillor Howard know that the item has been concluded, please? Yes, Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I thank the staff for their diligent work on this project over a number of months. It's wonderful to see the engagement that we've had from the local business community, who I'm sure feel even more supported now that we have passed the Good Neighbour policy, and they know that they will feel assurance from the council that we support their operations to continue regardless of a single intervention. The projects that have been provided for our endorsement were recommended to us by an independent expert panel, and my amendment references that it is their suggestion to us that they be endorsed. I would also amend this motion to encourage staff to begin work immediately on implementation of those projects, commencing with an activation workshop with the submitters. We really need to encourage businesses to get on board with us and to do the launch and promotion of these projects and their design work and consultation in partnership. I would also ask that staff provide us with a detailed timeline for completion at the next meeting, and that we develop a public communication strategy about this great work that we are doing that joins with the submitters and their business groups to show that we are in unanimity on revitalising all of our main streets. And I do note that the projects that are available for endorsement cover the breadth, north, south, east and west of our LGA, and that many of them are indeed LGA wide. And I would encourage all councillors to get on board with revitalising your main streets.
I'll put that, I'll second that motion. Sorry, I'm skipping forward a bit quickly there. I'll waive my right to speak to it, but I'm happy to be the seconder. Is there anyone who wishes to oppose the motion or to amend it? Councillor Griffiths?
Yeah, okay. I would like to amend the motion to strike out A and add the additional point about all-weather outdoor dining coverage. And the reason I do so is the concern that we're using public funds for what will essentially be private infrastructure. The all-weather outdoor dining coverage is effectively, shading, rain protection that goes outside a restaurant in their outdoor dining area for exclusive use by that business. What this will effectively do, this $1.2 million that we're looking to spend on it, is really add a significant value to that business, and we don't have locked in any form of contribution. So that really quite unsettles me, that we're looking to basically spend public funds on private infrastructure to the benefit of a small select group of businesses. I like the idea of a parklet much more, which is a public space upgrade. And I think that we should either be looking to move that money over to the parklets to expand that. And I would note that if there's a parklet outside a restaurant, there is actually nothing stopping that restaurant to provide a customer on a plate with a meal in a parklet. But that wouldn't belong to the restaurant, and that's the difference between that and the all-weather outdoor dining coverage. So I think we should be prioritising public space options. Alternatively, this could come back to council, but with a clear process of contribution arrangements to be made by that business. That could be a small fee that they're contributing to this major space upgrade, or it could be cleaning. It could be a range of things, but I don't think this is quite ready for us.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the Griffiths amendment? If not, that will lapse. That has lapsed. Further discussion of the primary motion? Councillor Stamoulis?
A question through the chair, if I could, and that is, what's the forward funding for this? So we've got the $7.5 million for the next couple of years, but in terms of going out in the long-term financial plan for our main streets, what is that level of funding?
Put that question to the officers.
I'll take that on notice, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion? Councillor De Cruz?
I've sent an amendment through to the minute taker.
Okay, I'll ask that that's displayed on the screen.
So over Easter, on a hot afternoon, I came across a deployment of a parklet in the main street of Maitland. It was disappointing in that it did not provide shade from the hot sun, and on a different day would not provide shelter from rain. It was adjacent to a vacant lot opposite the shops with awnings. The floor was decorated, as was the footpath and the shared laneway. Then we came upon the artist in her gallery. So my amendment is that we actually make sure that there's shade and shelter in the parklet, and the bicycle group has asked that we consider incorporating bike racks, and not necessarily within the parklet, but adjacent, might be adjacent. But anyway, I'll leave that to officers, but we put bike racks in as well. So I hope you will accept that amendment.
We should incorporate that.
I don't. With great respect to Councillor De Cruz, I support what you are trying to say, but you are preempting the design of these parklets, which is going through a process now, a process that this council has already adopted, through which our staff, in consultation with the people who've submitted applications for projects, will design the parklets.
Okay. I'm also against the amendment. Is there a seconder for that amendment? If not, that will lapse. Seconded by Councillor Atkins. Do you wish to speak to it? No? If not, I'll put that amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Griffiths, Stamoulis, Langford and Shetty. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Lockie, Drury, Sardulius, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Howard, Councillors Smith, Scott and D'Arienzo and myself. That has been defeated. We'll return to the primary motion. Is there anyone else who wishes to amend the primary motion? If not,
Mayor, can I just ask for one small amendment to point 4?
Please proceed.
Just with the public launch of each project, to just add the words at the end, and all councillors to be invited.
Put that amendment to the mover of the motion.
Councillors are already invited to our public events. That is entirely redundant.
Okay, that's not incorporated. Do you wish to move that as an amendment, Councillor Shetty?
Yeah, I'd like to. I know that we haven't always been invited to things, so it would be good to just have it incorporated into the motion.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stamoulis. All those in favour? In favour, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Griffiths, Stamoulis, Lockie, Shetty and Langford. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Drury, Sardulius, the Deputy Mayor, Councillors Howard, Scott, D'Arienzo and myself. That has been defeated. Is there any further amendment to the primary motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That brings us to
13.
Item 13. Now, not to be a pedant about it, but we've got 1 hour to go. We're up to item 13 of 56 items, so we're quite a long way off schedule. So I'm going to try and just up the tempo a little bit. Councillor Howard?
Thank you, and I just wanted to really quickly point out some statistics from the report, because I know that lots of people in the community don't have the opportunity to read the reports. But since food recycling has been rolled out in last October to every household, inner Westies have reduced garbage tonnage by 3,924 tonnes and increased food and garden organics by 4,164 tonnes, meaning that we have transferred roughly 4,000 tonnes of garbage to FOGO. That's just an extraordinary effort from inner Westies. Our missed collections are roughly half the industry standard, and our teams are working to reduce that number even further. Incorrect presentations are low at 5%. Calls to the council about FOGO are also reducing. This is a huge effort from the inner West community and from our staff too, and I just really acknowledge again our hardworking staff. We're not claiming victory though on this, and we do know that there are so many households still who do need support, and I'm really proud that as a council we have put in place those practical measures. I note that the uptake of the additional red bin collection, the weekly red bin collection, has been low to date, and we'll just keep a watching brief on that. All of this has been put in place. All these measures, are being put in place to help residents first and foremost, but also to embed this landmark environmental reform for the long term. So again, I thank the Inner West community. I thank our staff. We've got much more work to do, but we're heading in the right direction. I just have a small amendment, and that is to allocate $30,000 from the domestic waste reserve in 24-25 to continue the sanitary items rebate. I think it's really fantastic that that's had such a huge uptake. There's obviously, it's popular, obviously there's a need for it in the community, and I think we should continue it in the next budget.
Okay. Happy to second Councillor Howard's motion and to waive my right to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to oppose it or to amend it? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Chair, on
Yes.
item 14, I'd like to move with an amendment that's been provided to the minute takers.
Deputy Mayor, please proceed.
Thank you. I really appreciate the immense amount of work that's gone into this project over a really long time. It's involved multiple different teams of staff within council. It's involved a steering committee, and I acknowledge both Councillor Howard and Councillor Langford for their participation with me on that committee, as well as the stakeholders and community members who participated as well. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this incredibly worthwhile project. As we all know, the project to deliver more free and affordable and accessible creative space for creative use, particularly in the inner city, is so important. And this project will go a really long way to addressing that shortage. And I feel like we are very poised to hit the go button and get started on it after a successful trial period. My only amendment to this policy is I just want to make sure that we are casting the net as wide as possible when it comes to making this a success and involving all of the people who this project is designed to benefit. It's been a lot of people involved, a lot of work, as I said, and we should do this right. So I'm proposing that along with the range of advertising and promotional mechanisms that staff have outlined in this report, that we also proactively contact all of the groups, organisations and individuals outlined here who have participated in this project, participated in the trial, or participated in previous council events, including festivals, including the Arts Summit, and reach out to some of those key local networks and organisations as well. So I'm really excited to get this moving, and I want to ensure that we're reaching all of the people that it's designed to help. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. I'm happy to second the motion and just wish to speak to it very briefly to pay tribute and recognition to a few important people who've helped to get us to this point. Firstly, Vicky Woods is actually leaving the Inner West Council today. I won't breach her privacy by saying where she's going, but it's a great loss for us, and she's been someone who's been integral to the development of this policy, to the Arts Summit that we held at the start of the term, which helped to derive this policy and a range of our other strategies. She's done a great job also to Ruth Callaghan as the Director for Community Services, who's really been passionate and committed in progressing our plan to convert town halls into arts and cultural venues, and to the Deputy Mayor herself, Councillor Smith, who's done a great job in both developing this policy and progressing it. Now, I'm not going to say this as a lecture, but I think it's an important statement to make. There's a big difference between having an idea and actually developing a policy and progressing it at council. I've been around long enough to know the difference between the two, and the work that Chloe has done in bringing people
and
together.
And Councillor Howard, I must
and
say,
Councillor
as
Howard,
Chair.
absolutely. But in bringing people together and actually getting this done, and we're almost at the point where it is done, where we'll be able to say to people there are 7 new arts and cultural venues available for free to the arts community. That will be a huge boost to our cultural scene. And so to all of the officers and the councillors who've been involved in doing that, well done. That's something that I think will pay really big dividends down the track. Is there anyone who wishes to oppose the motion or to amend it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Chair, item 15, I'd like to move with amendments that have been provided to the minute taker.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, please proceed.
Thank you. The substantive, well, there's 2 points to my amendment. The first part addresses the proposed closure or partial closure of London Street and Symonds Street in Enmore, which we heard some speakers address us about in tonight's public forum. As just about all of those speakers said, I fully support greater street pedestrianisation and street closure. We know that it's improvement to safety, it improves amenity, and particularly around that Enmore Road precinct with the special entertainment precinct that's a huge boon to that project as well. So I'm really keen to get this project going. The only concern I have is that we can't ignore the concerns that residents have raised, both in the public exhibition process, in addressing the traffic committee itself, and in addressing us here tonight, about the potential for traffic to substantially increase in neighbouring residential streets as a result of the closure or partial closure of these two streets, concerns about rat running and non-local traffic increasing down those streets. And in that area of Enmore, as most of you would know, we are talking about very narrow streets. They're very high pedestrian areas. They're residential. And I do think it's completely valid of the residents to raise those concerns, to point out that there wasn't a traffic management plan in place that had been approved by Transport, and to request that the trial period be shortened. And I do acknowledge that has been taken on board by staff. So my amendment just seeks to ensure that this is deferred until that traffic management plan is approved by Transport for New South Wales, which is a requirement, that the plan address the potential increase to traffic in the neighbouring residential streets and the associated safety concerns, and that we actively communicate to residents about the trial period and provide a contact for them to provide direct feedback with any concerns that might be raised, including safety concerns. And the second part of this amendment is about, sorry, I just request probably 30 seconds.
Councillor Scott has moved an extension of time of 1 minute, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Please proceed.
On the proposed signposting for car share vehicles, I just make the point that of the 3 car share vehicles that were mentioned in that report, I think I hadn't heard of 2 of them, and I certainly don't think I'd be able to identify what those spaces were reserved for based on the abbreviations that are being proposed. So I just move that we defer that pending a further review. Thank you.
Can I second?
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Smith. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you. Just very briefly, while it's disappointing that we're deferring this, I completely agree with the reasons for doing so. I think concerns about rat runs are very valid in that area. Probably like me, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Lockie receive emails with photos and videos of traffic and what's happening all the time. So disappointing that we have to defer it, but I do agree that it's a good idea. Let's just hope it doesn't take too long for Transport for New South Wales to respond to the need for a traffic management plan. It does seem that we've already had a comment about how long it takes to get a response to letters from council tonight. So let's hope this one doesn't take too long. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? Councillor Stamlos.
Mr. Mayor, given the discussion from residents tonight, I'm proposing that we defer again item number 2, that is Jaggers Lane, to seek further community consultation on possible options which could achieve a more effective outcome for the community. A couple of new propositions came up tonight, and I think the general purpose of this is to restrict all traffic movements, and that can be done for the general traffic and to ensure safe pedestrian movement. But it appears that there may be other alternatives in achieving a similar outcome that we heard tonight expressed by local residents that would be worth reviewing again. The other thing that came into that discussion tonight is that there's appeared to be, and I'll ask the question through the chair if I could, there appears to be a couple of development applications outstanding that incorporate within those entry and exit for just those residents to their parking spots. Could you provide any further information to us on that? Thank you.
I'll put the question, so Councillor Stamlos, can I ask you to clarify your question, please? And I'll put it to the
one of the
officers.
residents discussed along Jaggers Lane that there were a couple of outstanding development applications. Now, I haven't checked the DA system, the tracking system, but they've said there's a couple of outstanding DAs at the moment that if the approval occurs, will warrant, entry and exit of just the resident's car, and that's I think why they're saying that they would keep one at the end of the street blocked,
Well, that you are clarifying the question, Councillor Stamoulis. Can I ask you to clarify it?
All right. Are there two DAs?
I'm going to ask the officers to stop talking just for a moment so that you can hear the question from Councillor Stamoulis.
Are there one or two DAs currently pending that would have car parking space implications for this Jaggers Lane? Thanks.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There is a Land Environment Court matter currently before the courts, which is for Carolyn Street. And what that proposes, or the applicant proposes, is access through Duncan Street into Jaggers Lane to gain access to a proposed car space. That car space is subjected to a deferred commencement condition where the applicant has to demonstrate that with a B85 vehicle it can manoeuvre and turn from Duncan Street into Jaggers Lane and drive all the way down Jaggers Lane to get access to a car space. That's subject to an appeal, and in addition to that, the applicant has indicated that if the lane is closed by way of bollards, that particular applicant may appeal through the Roads Act to the Land Environment Court to ask the court to overturn the decision of the Traffic Committee. So at the present moment now there is a DA subject to an appeal, and that is to be determined in the end of July.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stamoulis?
It'd be worth us then looking to see whether there is a better solution, and then if that comes on board as well at a later stage, then maybe we'll resolve it by simply deferring and waiting a little while.
Thank you for that. Can I put a question to the officers? Councillor Stamoulis is proposing that we seek further community consultation on possible options which could achieve a more effective outcome for the community. Can I ask, just in plain English language and layperson's terms, whether a full consideration has been given by council officers during the process to all available options and what they are?
Thank you, Chair. Officers have investigated all options available to us. The primary concern in this lane is that it's 3 metres wide, which is very narrow for any type of laneway. It can really only accommodate a single vehicle passing through at a time, and there's no room for pedestrian access simultaneously. So that's where the pedestrian safety concerns arise. And there's not really an option to keep the lane open to vehicles whilst allowing safety for pedestrians in the lane.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Stamoulis, we've both been around a long time, so I'm familiar with these sorts of amendments. What are the additional options that you're proposing for consideration?
I think one of the options that was raised was a bollard at one end, which is going to stop any through traffic, a sign at the other end, of course, because you don't want people coming in and then finding a bollard at the end, driving through. So a sign at the other saying no entry, residents only, and those, depending on the DA approvals there, you would then make allowances for that 1 or 2 vehicles, but that'd be it.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just put the question to the officers. Has consideration been given to installing bollards just at one end of the lane?
Yes, through the Chair, consideration has been given to that. However, that would not physically stop a vehicle entering a lane. We can also not install signage that indicates resident vehicles only. That's not a prescribed traffic control device, and it's not enforceable, so that would not be effective, and it would also allow vehicles to be in the lane to interact with pedestrians, which is what we're trying to eliminate.
So we've received that advice. Is there do you disagree with that, or is there an additional? I'm just trying to work out, rather than giving officers an amorphous direction we've consulted. We deferred this previously for about 6 months. Been deep consultation, trying to understand what it is alternatively that you're proposing as opposed to just more consultation. Could I ask you to turn your microphone on?
The biggest thing impending on this, of course, is whether there's 1 or 2 approvals, and if that DA is approved, then we complicate them. We've got to go and revisit again pull out bollards or whatever it is, or re-sign the area if that is successful in the Land and Environment Court. And
well, let's get clarification about that then. So is the process that if the council has closed the lane, as has been envisaged over a long period of time and requested by a large number of local residents, that if the matter before the court now were to rule in favour of the appellant, that council would then need to revoke its determination to close the lane? I'll put that question to the General Counsel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay. Do you know when the matter's going to be determined?
It's listed for hearing on the end of July. There will be a judgment probably a number of months after that.
Councillor Shetty, what do you have to say about this one?
Thanks. I was going to suggest an amendment to Councillor Smollis' amendment to say that council defer the item on Jaggers Lane pending the result of the planning matters. I'm concerned that council might spend time and resources closing the lane only to have to spend more money reopening it. And I think given the fact that there's only a couple of cars a day and they are being recorded as going 10 to 15 k's an hour, I don't know that there's a substantial enough risk to the community in that ensuing period to justify trying to jump ahead before the...
Yeah, happy to agree with that, Councillor Stamoulis. I'm happy to support that as well. I propose to Councillor Smith and Councillor Atkins that be incorporated into the primary motion, deferral of this matter pending the outcome of the Land and Environment Court matter that's been referenced.
I'm happy to take the advice of Balmain councillors.
As long as it stops them from talking. That's been incorporated into the primary motion. Okay, is there any further amendment to the primary motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Smith for a right of reply. That's waived. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That brings us to the Flood Advisory Committee.
No, we've done that one. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amended version of the officer's recommendation in item 18.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'll just wait for the officers to show the amendment because, thank you, it is detailed. I will talk through the points that I propose. I will not need to make any speeches, but I am feeling a bit seasick while that scrolls back and forth.
That's not just me. I actually feel nauseous when I see it going up and down.
Okay, good to hear. These are the facts. On the 9th of December 2021, an optional non-binding poll of Inner West residents was conducted in conjunction with the 2021 local government elections, with a majority of respondents voting to agree that the Inner West Council should be de-amalgamated. On the 8th of May 2022, the newly elected Inner West Council committed to prepare a business case proposal for de-amalgamation. A business case was prepared by the independent consultant Morrison Lowe and considered in draft and final form at the 13th September and 6th of December 2022 council meetings, respectively. The business case was approved by council at the 6th of December meeting and submitted to the Minister for Local Government with an independent risk report prepared by Ernst & Young, requested by Council's Audit and Risk Committee on the 12th of December 2022. The covering letter to the business case clearly stated that if approved, the independently estimated costs of between $178 million and $190 million must be paid in full by the New South Wales Government. The business case was referred by the Minister to the Boundaries Commission for review and recommendation on the 16th of January 2023. The Boundary Commission's review included an independent analysis of the estimated costs and the underlying data sources informing those costs, which was conducted by Deloitte, and found that the costs would likely be even higher than the initial estimate at up to $200 million and would be borne by ratepayers through rate increases of between $224 and $471 per household per annum. Thank you.
Seconded by myself. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Please proceed.
The Boundaries Commission recommended that the Minister not approve the business case. The Minister wrote to the Mayor on the 15th of March 2024 advising that he has exercised his decision-making powers under Section 218CC5 of the Local Government Act and determined not to approve the proposal put forward by the Inner West Council for de-amalgamation on the basis that he is not satisfied that the proposal creates 3 financially sustainable councils. There is community benefit in the existing council continuing to provide local government services, and the proposal would likely reduce services and result in a significant financial burden on ratepayers. The Minister's determination is final, and there are no avenues of appeal. The Mayor released a public statement on the 19th of March 2024 accepting the Boundary Commission's recommendations and the Minister's decision, and inviting all Inner West councillors to come together and commit to working to make the Inner West Council even more effective and progressive. I have no further speeches to make.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. Do you wish to speak to it? That's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it? Councillor Lockie?
Neither of those things. I just have a question. To you through to either a relevant officer or Councillor Scott, whoever is best placed to answer it. Just in relation to point 10, I just wanted to know, the Minister's determination is final and there are no avenues of appeal. I just want to make sure that is factually correct and where that, and verify like where that has come from. That's my understanding, but I must admit, I don't know which part of the Act or that would be derived from.
I think that's a question for the General Counsel. The question is in relation to point 10, which reads the Minister's determination is final and there are no avenues of appeal. Is that a correct description?
Through the Chair, there is no avenue to appeal the Minister's decision on this. However, obviously the Local Government Act allows for Council within 10 years to put up business cases, and there is no limit on said business cases.
So just a follow-up question, if we wanted to, we could submit business case after business case ad nauseum and go through the same process again.
That is correct, but
Councillor Stamoulis is nodding furiously with you. That's correct. That's been answered. Okay, Councillor Lockie, did you have any further questions? No. Councillor Stamoulis?
Yeah. Look, I would also like to query and seek legal advice on 10 because I believe there are avenues of appeal, and community groups have already addressed those avenues. So if our council has any further information on that, or can provide any further information tonight, so I'll pose that to the legal officer that I believe there are avenues of appeal that are valid and viable. And also, we'll get that question answered first. Yeah, thanks.
Can I clarify the question, please?
Is point 10 correct in this motion?
It's already been asked and answered. It has been. Well, it's been asked and answered. The General Manager referred the question to the Manager of Governance. It's been answered clearly and to the satisfaction of Councillor Lockie. I'm not going to pose repeated questions that are the same question.
Then the second one, Mr Mayor, is that...
It was answered by a woman. You want to ask a man?
Sorry?
Point of order.
Point of order. I think Councillor Scott should withdraw that.
I've got a point of order from Councillor Atkins. Sorry, Councillor Atkins, I'll ask you to make your own point of order rather than Councillor De Cruz.
My point of order was that it was not appropriate for Councillor Scott to suggest that Councillor Stamoulis was not accepting the answer to a question because it was from a woman. And I note that Councillor Scott has already withdrawn it.
Okay, that's withdrawn then. Councillor Stamoulis?
That's been withdrawn, Ms.
Yes.
Yes. Where was I?
I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'll ask all councillors other than Councillor Stamoulis to desist from talking.
Look, one of the key statements made in the Boundaries Commission report was the failure by council to submit a detailed and costed implementation plan for the demerger. And on that basis, they found it very difficult to make a decision and determination. And in response to Councillor Lockie's question a moment ago, it's now open to us to provide that relevant and required information that decisions can be made. That's the essence of what we needed to do for our community, is supply those documents in good faith, accurate, clear documents that would allow the Boundaries Commission to do its job and the Minister to make a very accurate decision. That hasn't been done. So the answer to the previous question, or the Councillor Lockie's question, I should say, was that Council now has the opportunity to review this and submit that implementation plan. This is not closed, it's not final, and we can complete what we should have always completed and provided on behalf of our residents, and that's what they expected us to do, was to provide that detailed and costed implementation plan whereby proper decisions could be made. Thank you.
Anyone who wishes to amend the motion?
I don't wish to amend it, but I do wish to speak to it, and I do have a further question.
I'll ask you to clearly delineate between your remarks and your question, please.
Yep. Okay. My question to the General Counsel, while the question that Councillor Lockie has asked has been answered, my understanding is that there is an avenue of judicial review of the Minister's determination under that section of the Act. Could the General Counsel please clarify whether that is correct or not?
I'll put that question to the General Counsel.
Through you, Mr Mayor. The Minister's decision is an administrative decision under the Local Government Act. There are appeal rights, and those appeal rights run 3 months after the Minister's decision. I've only just briefly looked at it, as you'd appreciate, Councillor. I would have to look at it in some more detail, but a reading of the Local Government Act in a particular section of that legislation suggests that there is an appeal right.
Thank you.
Councillor Atkins.
Thank you. I would therefore propose that we, at the very least, amend this motion to remove paragraph 10. I would also like to speak.
To your amendment?
I don't think I need to speak to my amendment. I think
your amendment does need to be dealt with, though, before you can speak to the primary motion. Are you proposing that we undertake a legal appeal against the decision?
No, I am not. But it is factually wrong to tell the community via this that there are no avenues of appeal.
I'm just posing a question to you. So you're not proposing that we launch an appeal, but that we delete point 10?
Yes.
Okay. Do you wish to incorporate that amendment?
I'm happy to delete the reference to there being no avenues of appeal.
Okay, that's deleted. Do you wish to speak to the primary motion now?
Yes, I would like to echo what Councillor Stamlis has said. I believe this has been a failure of democracy. A majority of residents voted for demerger in 2021, and they are feeling betrayed. Some of us have pointed out at every turn that the business case was deficient, and what we now have is a recommendation by the Boundaries Commission and a decision by the Minister, which are at least in part based on the failure to provide a clear, detailed implementation plan. As we kept saying, that's because what was provided was not a business case for de-amalgamation, but a business case designed to elicit a decision to refuse it. Throughout this process, our Labor councillors have continually made the point that de-amalgamation should only go ahead if it was fully funded by government. And now at the state level, Labor has cynically changed its policy and proposes to amend the Local Government Act to require residents of the relevant LGAs to pay. A broken promise from Labor, which we always suspected was coming. Why should residents pay for the mistakes of government? I'm not necessarily going to vote against this motion because I think that what is stated there is factual, but I do think that we have failed a majority of residents of this LGA.
Mayor?
Councillor Lockie?
Just another question, and sorry to keep returning to just that on point 10, just because we got different different answers on that question. I just want to clarify now that, thank you, Councillor Scott, for removing the wording around the appeal. Can I just clarify that wording around the minister's determination is final? Is that still correct if a process of appeal occurs?
Put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is.
Thank you for that. Is there any further amendment, Councillor De Cruz?
Just on this point 10, I mean, my reading of the letter from the minister and the report by the Boundaries Commission is that they actually determined that the proposal is the determination was on the particular proposal that was provided to the Boundaries Commission, and I think the report is disingenuous in saying that the report is saying we're not going to demerge, because it's actually just on a costing of the demerging and the process you go through, and I think that it's legitimate that we did put that sort of costing on it. If someone offers you a blank check, you put as big a figure as you can on it, and that's, I think, what happened in this case. But I think at the same time, Cootamundra Gundagai have estimated their demerger is going to cost 3.5 million, and that's considerably less than whatever we've said. And no doubt, our residents, when they voted to demerge, predicted that the demerged council would actually operate better than the large amalgamated council. So I think we're not putting a costing on that. And so, in fact, the prediction of how much it would cost is a kind of a false prediction, because it doesn't say that our community actually voted 62% to say they wanted to demerge. So I think you can filibuster all you like, but the reality is that they voted on a business case to demerge, and that's been denied to them.
Okay, thank you for that. I might just speak briefly to the matter, and I'll try to be succinct and respectful. Councillor Stamoulis has said repeatedly throughout the last, since we started developing the submission to the government, that the books had been cooked and that the figures were incorrect.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. That's a very potent statement. I'd ask you to withdraw that. Thank you.
Well, okay, I'll quote Councillor Stamoulis directly from his press release issued after the determination of the Boundaries Commission and the Minister. The rejection of the demerger of Inner West Council is a slap in the face for the Inner West community and a betrayal of our community by state Labor government and the Labor-controlled council. We're all familiar with the rhetoric. Our officers played...
Order, Mr. Mayor, you haven't addressed the cooking the book statement which you made.
Councillor Stamoulis, you have repeatedly stated that the costs were inflated, have you not?
That's not necessarily cooking the books. You may have made a big error.
Well, I think that's a rhetorical flourish that I'm happy to live with, and I don't believe it's in breach of the Code of Meeting Practice. I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. Councillor Stamoulis has repeatedly stated that there was a conspiracy between the councillors and the council officers to submit something that wasn't based in actuality, that the figures were not correct, that we deliberately inflated the costs. And we've now had an independent statutory body, the Boundaries Commission, which has assessed the council's submission, and they hired Deloitte, a very reputable, high-end consultancy firm, who've also assessed the council's submission and independently assessed the council's finances and concluded that, in fact, the council understated the costs, that the costs would be larger than what was stated by us, and that the work was undertaken by Morrison Lowe, the same firm that Councillor Stamoulis and I relied on in our argument against being merged in the first place. And now he's still stating that everybody's wrong and that these are invented figures and that the costs have been overstated. Well, at what point do you start calling that a conspiracy theory? Because it's been assessed independently by the Boundaries Commission by a very high-end consultancy firm by independent accountants and by the council officers. I think they are fairly accurate estimates of what the cost might be. We have upheld, it's true that not everybody who's on this council wanted to see the council demerge, but after the outcome of the non-binding poll, we all committed that we would submit a business case. In fact, none of the councillors, none of the non-Labor councillors have actually put forward any business case to submit at all. They voted against submitting any business case. We submitted one. It's been independently assessed. And the determination by the Boundaries Commission, I just seek an extension of 2 minutes if I can. Moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. The determination by the Boundaries Commission was that it didn't represent value for money. That's not a conspiracy. That's just the independent assessment of a statutory authority who's had a close look at it. And they cited the fact that we had won the Blewett Award for Best Urban Council in New South Wales last year as evidence of the fact that this council was functioning properly and well. And in fact, anybody other than a partisan participant who's looked at the last 3 years of this council would say that it's been functioning really well. The fact is we are the leading council in New South Wales when it comes to progressive policy. We've got great finances. We're delivering a huge swathe of projects and we're working in a relationship of mutual respect between the elected representatives, or at least those of us who want the council to succeed, and the council officers. So at some point, I reckon no matter what your position's been on de-amalgamation, you've got to go, hold on, maybe I actually need to give up on this and accept that the process has been completed fairly and independently, and I, as an Inner West councillor, have a fiduciary duty to contribute to the betterment of the council. For 8 years, we've dealt with a significant minority of councillors seeing their primary goal as being to disband the council. No organisation in Australia can function well if there's that large a cohort of the board members who don't want it to succeed. So Councillor Stamoulis, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. So I say, with great respect, please desist with the insulting insinuations about other councillors in regards to the submission of the business case. They're not right, they're disrespectful. And please accept that the process has been completed and stand up, take responsibility for making the Inner West Council better. I don't want to see anybody running for election for a third or fourth time to say that they want to be elected to the Inner West Council because they want to tear it apart. I don't think that's a responsible position. I don't think it's supported by the community. And with great respect, Councillor Stamoulis, I haven't complained about the constant misrepresentation from you about what we've done, but I asked you to stop doing it. So, any further discussion? No, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
Waived.
I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Griffiths, Lockie, Drury, Sardulius, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Howard, Councillor Smith, Councillor D'Arienzo and myself. All those against? Against, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Stamoulis, Langford and Shetty. That has been carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we go into confidential session and deal with the confidential items.
Okay. Councillor Scott is moving that we move into confidential session to deal with those items. Councillor, the Deputy Mayor has also flagged with me her want, which I agree with, to deal with item 56 in relation to affordable housing on council land. So could I ask that you include in the procedural motion that we deal with that? Okay, we're back in open council. As noted, there has been a procedural motion to bring forward item 23, mandatory reporting to council of reports received from Fire and Rescue New South Wales. Councillor Griffiths. That's moved by Councillor Griffiths. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do either of you wish to speak to it? If there's no amendment, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. It's only 10:57, so we'll return to the whatever item was next.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move item 19, the investment report, and I'm happy to waive my right to speak.
Okay, thank you for that. That's the next item on the agenda. Item 19, moved by Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stamoulis. There's no one who wishes to speak to that. Councillor De Cruz.
Leave Councillor De Cruz needs
We
to
claim to have socially responsible investments while investing $230 million in banks paying us just 5% interest, only 1.5% above CPI of 3.5%. While these banks are closing branches and removing ATMs in our neighbourhoods, not very socially responsible, I don't think, this money from various sources of income is losing value at the cost as the cost of materials and labour is increasing at a greater rate.
I'm sorry, was that a question or a statement?
It was a statement.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, would we look at the reserves and in particular the external restrictions, internal restrictions? We have $116 million external, $156 million internal, and then we've got the working funds residual there of $10 million. I notice when I talk with residents, sometimes they sort of feel that sort of $283 million is a bucket of cash available to use for purposes, but we know as councillors that they are restricted and tied. I'm wondering whether it would help in the readability of this report for both councillors and the public, and I'll put this through to the officer to comment, please, whether it would be helpful just to have the top 3 or 4 categories under each of those restrictions available in that report. If that's easy to do, I'll put that question to the.
Put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair, we'll look to incorporate a table in the next investment report that provides a bit more explanation to the external reserves, internal reserves, and
thank you.
What
We
working
don't
funds
need
are
an amendment. We don't. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. It's 11 o'clock. I'll move that all further items on the agenda be deferred to the next ordinary council meeting, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll declare the meeting closed. Thanks very much, everybody.